Look at the size of that bass!
You're watching a Fox Sports presentation of B.A.S.S.
Well, just like every championship Sunday on the Bassmaster Elite Series, we start out a little foggy about what's exactly going to happen today. But that's what it's all about. That's what Championship Sunday is all about. We're going to, by the end of the day, clear it up and have a new champion, the fourth stop of the year. The Bassmaster Elite Series, a guaranteed rate Bassmaster Elite on Lake Chickamauga. We started with 94 anglers. We're down to top 10 on this day. And Mark Zona, the top 3 within less than half a pound, less than 10 pounds separating everyone. And knowing what lives here, I think we can say at the start of the day, yeah, a little bit foggy, but anyone could rise.
Well, exactly right. And what's at stake is about $100,000 Critical Angler of the Year points to get to the Bassmaster Classic in 2023. Just up the river from here, and here's the best way to put it. This is the winter that will just not let go. Temps in the low 30s this morning, which is pretty much unheard of this time of year around Lake Chickamauga. But the one thing to be said, if you really have followed this tournament here on FS1, it has not been a catch fest, but the big bass have shown up in a big way. The critical thing to watch this morning is the top of your leaderboard. Well, about a month ago, your reigning Bassmaster Classic champion, Jason Christie, already doing work out on the water today.
Yeah, we will get to that momentarily. Let's take a look at this playing field. This is legendary bass fishing. Chickamauga Lake, the last decade, has been terrific.
We are taking flight right out of the Sequoia Nuclear Power Plant, kind of down the lake right there. You're looking at about 36,000 acres of Lake Chickamauga. A lot of history with the Bassmasters on this lake. Your Humminbird unlocked the lake from the dam as we fly up the lake. See Clipper Perch fishing very close to the dam, and really the story throughout this event, which was a little bit different the last time the Bassmaster Elite Series was here. This is on the Tennessee River, connected to all the very famous lakes, the Gunnersvilles, Watts Bar, all the way up towards Cherokee. But if you really see in this event, Jacob Fouts, local rookie fishing up the Hiawassee River, and Jason Christie, there have not been many bass caught out of that river system in this tournament, but the ones that have been caught, very big quality. This was earlier today with your Bassmaster Classic champion, Jason Christie. Humminbird unlocked the lake.
I'm about to fall down. And that's why you started somewhere you never even fished. Safe.
Doing his work this morning with a bladed jig. A lot of damage in this tournament with a spinnerbait and a jig. It has been Jason Christie 101, getting out with him right now live, currently in first place.
Two and a half.
Boy, it looks like a different lake out there today.
Trying to feel my toes. My fingers I can't feel. Lost my good gloves yesterday, so that boat ride, and honestly, I haven't fished this bank in practice or in the tournament. The only reason I stopped here was because of the fog. I fished here along 3 or 4 years ago. I mean, it's got the right kind of stuff, is why I stopped. I've been fishing shallower, but with it being colder, I wanted to start on a little bit deeper stuff. The water really hasn't dropped as much as I thought it would. They're biting, they just want it slow. Slow.
Well, that is your reigning world champion right there, if you're just picking up with us. And in between that championship and now, he had a miserable tournament, looking to get a little back today. He might just do that.
Exactly right. And if there's anybody in the top 10 you didn't want to see catching them this morning, the other 9 anglers, that would be Jason Christie. Going to get out right now. Humminbird bird's eye view with Carl Jacobson. A great day 1 stringer here. Miserable day 2 stringer, and rebounding in a big way yesterday to make it here to Championship Sunday. And Carl Jacobson with that huge stringer on day number 1, just under 25 pounds, all on a very, if you did not get to watch this yesterday on FS1 and Bassmaster.com, big swim baits have been the key for Carl Jacobson.
Yeah. Championship Sunday morning right now. This is really cool. Made it here yesterday from 2 really big bites that I got along this stretch. Thought in the first about 45 minutes I caught a 6 and near a 7, just rolling this big paddle down, tail down deep, and just off a gut instinct, being cold, I decided to call in here yesterday morning instead of throwing the glide straight up, and got those 2 big bites. It was such a good way to start the day. Thought for sure I was going to catch a 25 to 30 pound bag, but it got slow. But I've just gone through the juiciest section right there and had 1 tap. So water temp has dropped about 3 degrees. It's going to be bluebird skies, no wind, totally different. So we're just going to have to sort of fly by the seat of our pants today. I'm just fishing. I'm enjoying every moment. Every turn of this reel handle, what I'm throwing today, has the potential for a 6 to 10 plus pounder. So I'm just staying super focused, watching every little thing that I do, and trying to produce 5 bites that could potentially win this thing. I literally live for this moment right now. Just got to figure them out.
Almost 25 pounds on day number 1, a big-time lead on day number 1. But Carl has a reputation as being a feast or famine guy,
yes,
which suddenly showed itself on day 2.
And here's really the problem that Carl's going to have today. The conditions were fantastic early in this event for that giant swim bait. Day number 2, not filling out his 5-fish limit. And he had the opportunities, but execution was a very, very big problem for Carl Jacobson on day 2. To really, if he, with what bit him on that giant swim bait, he would be blowing this tournament away right now. This was a huge loss late in the day.
Oh no!
And after that bass,
Yes, giant!
an even bigger
Stay on,
one,
baby.
not
Stay on.
getting into the boat. And that is a very, the way that he is fishing, you do not get a lot of shots on goal. And here's the deal with this. That style fishing with that big bait, Carl made the comment, clouds, low ceiling, and wind are what make the fish ignite on that bait. And today we will have neither.
The opposite.
The absolute opposite. And here's the problem. They will come out, they will look at that bait, but a lot of times in these conditions that you're looking at, especially with a massive water temp drop, it dropped 3 degrees overnight last night, but we lost throughout this tournament about 12 to 15 degrees in a lot of places here on Chickamauga. It is going to be a hard push to make that technique work today. But what makes Carl dangerous, if you can talk 5 into committing, you will have a giant stringer.
And he's really got nothing to lose today, starting the day in 8th, 51 pounds. He's roughly 6 pounds and 14 ounces behind. There's nothing to lose but throw that big bait all day.
Along with our leader to start the day, Brock Mosley, probably the most steady, solid performance of the week, goes to our leader. Well, really never our leader at the end of any one of the days. He just sat more time at the top of the leaderboard than anyone else during this tournament. Daisuke Aoki, the Japanese rookie, is having his best tournament of the year.
Yeah, in this little offshore area right here, the Chester Frost region of Lake Chickamauga.
Today, bass is many, but morning is no good. Yeah.
Just something different, completely different from what everyone else was doing here, and he has definitely made it work this week.
And really, this little backwater area that he was starting in days 1, 2, and 3 got a lot of pressure, but had a lot of fish that size and bigger. Day number 1, he caught 2 7-pounders back here, but you could tell with the falling temps, air temps, and water temps, this little backwater area, it was a hard press to make this reload, and we were a little bit worried this was his only game plan. But that area right there where he started this morning, a lot of bites on day 2, day 3. He absolutely climbed on them, and it's a little hump down in the Chester Frost area of Lake Chickamauga. Finesse fishing, which a lot of those fish do not see out on this lake. Look, there are big bass in this lake, but they are not unintelligent. They're very conditioned. They're very pressured. And day 3, really, he caught more bass on camera than any other angler that we followed. A lot of bass that size. The problem he has, at least what we've seen, there's not that oversized, that 5 to 7 pound bite that we've seen with guys like Jason Christie and a Jacob Fouts.
Started the day in second place, 3 ounces, only 3 ounces behind our leader, Brock Mosley.
Yeah, in day 1 he started second place, about a pound behind, and then cut that a little bit more. But like you said, never the official leader, but throughout our day of coverage, 8 hours, he has been an unofficial leader until
on top more than
the last 30 minutes of the day. Someone catches a big one and takes the lead.
And it seems like, unlike guys like Carl Jacobson that are throwing those really big swim baits, Aoki is in a situation, with that finesse presentation, he is going to get his bites.
Check in with our leader to start the day. Brock Mosley, super steady, right around 19 pounds the first 2 days. Did crack the 20-pound mark at the 20-pound mark yesterday. And he said, I got one big problem coming into today, and that's Jason Christie right behind me. So Brock Mosley.
Stayed up here, I would have called both of them. But I mean, I didn't know if I could catch one the next day, much less be in contention to win. But it is cold, it is foggy. The water temps dipped down to right around 50, which is to be expected. I know the sun's going to warm the water up when the sun pops out. I haven't set it on fire any morning, so it ain't like I'm behind or anything. So it's just, I wanted to come through this area first. I've caught 2 biggest fish of the week in this area, general area. So I wanted to come through here before going any further and just fishing. I know the fish are in here. I've had a couple bites, caught one short, a couple slaps. So the fish are still here. We just gotta, you know, they may want something different today. They may want to be flipped up. So we just gotta keep an open mind. I'm not going down lake. I fished down lake, same conditions in practice and did terribly. So I'm gonna live or die fishing shallow. The fish are up here. It's just a matter of figuring out what they want to eat today, what kind of mood they're in. And this is the way I'm most confident in fishing. I mean,
An area which Brock Mosley has had shaky confidence in since the first time he landed here.
Yeah, and really, if you talk about consistency in this tournament right now, his weights pretty much have been steady and went up on day number 3, fishing a bladed jig just like Jason Christie in a different region of Chickamauga. And that area that he's in,
that's a start.
really, if you look at the banks over his left-hand shoulder, those hard clay banks mixed with a little bit of gravel, a little bit of laydowns, that has been the biggest key. A lot of these fish are wanting to get up and spawn. He actually needs a win.
Yeah,
so many top fives.
Got the top 10.
Oh, big.
Did you see those laydowns right there? They have been very key. A lot of these fish wanting to get up and spawn.
Stay there.
You did hear Brock Mosley make the comment, probably going to have to change up, adjust a little bit. Yesterday there was really good watercolor in there. It looks a little bit cleaner so far today, some of the areas that Brock Mosley has started in. One of the biggest problems is doing the same thing as Jason Christie, knowing Jason Christie, one of the best closers on the Bassmaster Elite Series.
We are underway here on Championship Sunday, Lake Chickamauga. Let's take a look at our unofficial leaderboard right now, and it's Jason Christie jumping out to a good lead right now. Brock Mosley still waiting for his first fish of the day. Brock Mosley at the weigh-in yesterday, inevitable they would ask him, what about being a 4-time runner-up here?
No.
And what's stopping you from making this time your time?
With 58 pounds and an ounce, Brock Mosley takes the lead. The guaranteed rate Bassmaster Elite at Lake Chickamauga. You know, I'm putting my head down, fishing the way I want to fish, covering some water. Yeah. I mean, I've been pretty consistent with my weights, but it's like every day is something different. You know, the conditions are going to change. You know, who knows? It's anybody's game tomorrow. There's one problem. What's the problem? Jason Christie's right behind me.
The Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite at Lake Chickamauga is sponsored by Humminbird, Mercury, Nitro Boats, and by Bass Pro Shops.
The USFL is coming, starting on Saturday, and kicks off with an historic inaugural game as the New Jersey Generals take on the Birmingham Stallions at 7:30 Eastern on Fox and NBC.
You talked about it last night. If the Stallions let Jordan Chun eat that game, it could get ugly, and it could get ugly by halftime, Tom.
We'll be on the lookout for that, waiting on that. Absolutely. Jason Christie, well, what everyone didn't want to happen the other 9 anglers was you spot Jason Christie a couple of good keepers to start off this day. He's tough. He's competitive enough without just giving him a big lead to start the day with.
And if you've seen Jason Christie on the Bassmaster Elite Series, here's a real big proposition right now. Jason Christie coming off the worst tournament in his Bassmaster Elite Series career just after he won the Bassmaster Classic. He's looking to let it eat here this weekend. And the other thing about Jason Christie, in all honesty, if you look at what he is doing today out in the Hiawassee River, it is Jason Christie 101. Right now, it is a fastball down the middle for him, the way he's been catching them.
All right, going to be hard to stop. Welcome to the Bassmaster Studio, sponsored by Marathon Tommy Sanders. Mark Zona and Ronnie Moore here. And Ronnie, I know you got some stuff to show us that's key to understanding what's going on.
Well, I did. You mentioned his fastball, Z, and I'm going to get into some of those top baits for our Bass Pro Shops top lure segment. And when it comes to Jason Christie, he's going to be the guy we start off with. You mentioned it, his fastball. This is his Booyah half-ounce covert spinnerbait, a big Colorado blade, a single blade. This is what he does in the spring. We've seen it so many years, February, March, April. He always has success on that, has a Yum Swimming Dinger on it. And not only is that his fastball, he also has, I would say, maybe a curveball, maybe his slider, something that he also has worked into lately to cash in big, especially at the Bassmaster Classic when he took the title, exclusively fishing this shallow around docks, and that is a 5/8 ounce Jiu-Jitsu jig with a chunk on the back, same exact jig he used in the Bassmaster Classic just a few weeks ago that we got to see him win. Now we go over to a guy, our day 3 leader, Brock Mosley. We mentioned it, 19 pounds, 18 pounds, and 20 pounds. Very consistent for him, and it's been a single bullet in his gun as well, and that is a half-ounce chatterbait with a Yamamoto Seiko trailer on it, all white. That has been his game plan, and honestly, these guys have had to ride with what got them here because they haven't had much time to elaborate. It's been very tough, so a lot of these guys have used the one bullet in their gun, and that has been his main deal. Also, for Jacob Fouts, the guy who also made a big jump yesterday, 23 pounds, he's using a half-ounce spinnerbait as well, just like Jason Christie. A little bit different, though. This is an accent spinnerbait with, it has 2 blades on it, obviously, and same colors, though, white and chartreuse. That's been the gig for him, and he is the local that we need to keep an eye on. But the one guy who's been very different this week, those are power fishing lures, up shallow like we expect, but Daisuke Aoki, he has been mixing in a finesse tactic, and he has been very, very consistent with the numbers of keepers. He's been using a 3/16 ounce jig head on 2 different types of soft plastics. This is the Sakamata shad, 5 inches long, just a small minnow type profile, and then also the D-style D capture. It's about a 4.5 inch soft plastic as well. Do nothing baits, no action other than what he is giving it with his rod tip, and we'll be able to see him in action with that today. But those are some of the key baits this week on the Bass Pro Shops Top Lures.
Actually, if you could show Jason Christie's baits one more time, this is a good problem to have. If you look at the head of that jig, those are teeth marks right there. And if you actually, that is a great problem for Jason Christie. If you actually look at that spinnerbait from before that, that covert spinnerbait, that blade, those are also teeth marks. Good problem for Jason Christie.
It's
right
nice
there.
when the bass are the things that are beating up your baits and not necessarily you hitting it on cover. So those are a couple key lures we'll see. And we'll see some things mixed in, like big swim baits as well.
Bass Pro Shops Top Lures. Great stuff, Ronnie.
Yeah, we like the MLB, sort of connection there.
Yeah.
And a lot of guys are going to be looking for their changeup today as well, not just the fastball and slide.
Well, we talked about it before we came in studio today. It's going to have to be a day of adjustments for a lot of the anglers. Fog starting to set in for Brock Mosley, which should help this bite.
Bites. This ain't very big yet. I think we had that same problem yesterday morning.
The teeth marks on Christie's baits are.
You gotta
you
love
know
it.
an
Yeah,
angler's
you gotta
using
love
those lures when you see that.
Yes, exactly.
That one might keep. Yeah, he's gonna keep.
That is a long, skinny
a
male
lanky
right there. Slanky.
He ain't very big or heavy, but he's gonna keep. He'll break the ice. Somebody done put a cold clip in that fish.
Mosley on the board, as he said, that's important, and you heard him at the weigh-in, what we just heard going to break there. He's a big obstacle today. We've already had a good look at.
It is a big obstacle. If you look at the day 3 catches, though, pretty much right on point with each other. And that was a big 6-pounder late in the day for Jason Christie. And here's the difference of these two anglers. Brock Mosley, one of the most consistent anglers on the Bassmaster Elite Series the last few years without a victory. Jason Christie, one of the most consistent anglers on the Bassmaster Elite Series that usually when he's in the top 10, except for a couple Bassmaster Classics in years past, he closes the deal.
And last year in April, the first event we had in April, these two guys were 1-2 down in Texas at the Sabine River. Someone say maybe as tough fishing that week. We expected that. We did not expect it here this week.
The only thing in common with those two places.
Yes, exactly.
They're both very tough.
Yes.
Hey, and here's one thing that really has helped out the guys that are doing Jacob Fouts, Jason Christie, Brock Mosley have really helped them out during this event is, granted, the water is 3 feet low. They keep this lake low throughout the spring rains where the upper lakes do not come through Chickamauga and flood Chattanooga, Tennessee. But what's really helped these two is this water has slowly, we've had a rise throughout this tournament of about 4 to 8 inches to where docks, little twigs, little laydowns have been able to, number one, keep water in there, and the fish have been able to pull onto whatever cover is available. If this water would have been dropping throughout this tournament 4 to 8 inches, pretty good shot you are not looking at those two anglers right now.
And that also helps even though the water temperatures have cooled off, and cooling water temperatures probably would pull fish from shallows maybe a little bit off, that water staying in that, it keeps them comfortable. They have more room to play with. They're not worried about losing water and temperature. They're just losing temperature.
And again, even though it's a cold weather situation, it's still spring, long days. These fish are trying, obviously, throughout this tournament to get as shallow as possible. Jacob Fouts live.
Ain't a big one, but that'll work.
Anything early.
Gorgeous morning, almost slightly too gorgeous.
Looks like a coffee table picture book out there today. That is for sure. Jacob Fouts, former national champion, collegiate angler, rookie out here having his best tournament of 2022. And Jason Christie starting the day in third place, but only ounces behind the leader, Brock Mosley, having extended that lead in a meaningful way early on today. We will be right back.
Whoa! Look at the size of that bass!
Live coverage of the Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite at Lake Chickamauga is sponsored by Toyota.
Good Sunday morning to you. Great to have you with us. Live coverage of Championship Sunday. This Bassmaster Elite on Chickamauga Lake. Dayton, Tennessee is our headquarters for Operation Dayton. Dock Point Park, all these places. Yeah. Fish Dayton, that's the answer to the question when you ask a serious bass angler where they want to go. Our TH Marine Weather Watch, foggy to start this day. It's been difficult weather every day.
Yeah, and if you look at that low, that is the low tonight when this tournament is done. 31 last night. A lot of frost on the decks of the boats this morning. Mostly sunny, but with the one thing, we're going to have a pretty good warming trend throughout the day, mostly sunny. And as we have seen in this tournament, when that water warms up late in the day, especially yesterday, and it didn't warm up a lot, do not get me wrong. No. Yesterday was a cold day. When it warms up, we have seen big late day bites. Back out on the water right now in the Hiawassee with Jason Christie. 3 fish in his live well, currently first place.
Fog's so thick you can cut it with a knife. And so I pulled over and just fished a stretch that I fished a few years ago, and it's worked out good. You know, I got a couple of nice fish, and I've had a couple more bites. But they're just not getting the bait good. I think they're spawners. But they don't act like it's cold.
at all.
That is not a big one for Jason Christie, but there is potential. This could get ugly today.
Fish in the shallowest part of boat docks? I can't remember the last time we saw him do that.
Every time we have a camera on Jason Christie, this is what he's doing.
You know, the lake that we're on, I mean, those just ain't gonna do you no good. I know it's like, oh, he caught one, but they're gonna have to be 4 and 5 pounders for us to have a chance to win. It's gonna, I mean, like I've never felt so good about a day than I do right now. We may not get another bite, but just the way the conditions are, you just gotta slow roll the bait, you know? And just, I think that's why I missed a couple down through there. I got a little too much pep in my step. Got to going a little fast. But, you know, mainly all week, a lot of my big fish are coming just on these nothing bank, or they, you know, nothing banks. And I think, you know, they're just fish that's wanting to try to spawn a little bit and just get up there. And, you know, a lot of guys this morning are talking about how tough it's going to be. We're just at a time of the year where these fish are starving for sunshine. You know, they want to get up there and shallow as they can and sun before they start spawning. And you just gotta, you know, kind of pretend where you think they're going to be at, or guess, I guess is a better word, where you think they're going to be at.
And here's the spooky thing right now. He just pulled in that pocket right there in the Hiawassee because of fog. That is not where he caught them the first 3 days. So we'll get to see that area a little bit. Back to Brock Mosley, one fish in his live well.
At minimum, that 4-pounder, if he gets rid of everything else, he has a bonus 4-pounder from an area he didn't plan to fish.
That's a keeper. I think it's a keeper. Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, all day.
I think they done moved to the points. He was longer than I thought. I thought he was going to be close. Two-pounder. We'll take it. Fish healthy, pretty fish.
Good keeper right there for Brock Mosley, fish number 2. And if there's one Mercury unofficial dare to compare, the bait that is working so far today compared to the other anglers that we're covering, a bladed jig, which we have not seen a ton of throughout this tournament.
See, that grass starts to get thick right in here, and it goes all the way to the river channel.
Both anglers doing the same thing, different part of Chickamauga.
What's incredibly awesome is we've seen all those little cuts just north of Dayton, just north of the boat dock, launch upriver. We've seen Chester Frost play, and we've seen the Hiawassee River play.
This is a really good stopping point because this is where the water really kind of gets back its depth a little bit, 4 or 5 foot. 53, almost 54.
And the last time we were here, we saw 3 areas play as well, but totally opposite. We saw right at the mouth of the Hiawassee on the main drag, Harrison Bay. Very,
down
very
at
cool.
Banks because it's warmed up and fish are a little bit more active. Make a couple more casts, then we're going to go back that way.
You heard Mosley away, and give props to Jason Christie. Jason Christie is a closer on the Elites. 7 victories, his classic victory. Got him out of a tie with Brandon Polinick and Greg Hackney for 2nd among active anglers in wins to only Clun. Clun has won once every 30 tournaments. Christie has won once every about 13.5 tournaments.
That is a really good stat.
That is.
And with 10 events per season,
Yeah.
excluding the opens, he's going to get one every year, it seems.
And if he wins here, knock it down to victory every 12 tournaments he's fished with bass.
That is exponentially the fastest limit we have seen
I'm gonna go
all
just right up here, Doc,
week
and
long.
like that middle arm is one fishing fish.
By a long shot.
Hey. Yeah, he made the comment, just get me in that top 10 within 2 or 3 pounds of the leader and I could swing for the fence. That is exactly, well, we have seen the first 60 minutes here on FS1, so look at that green.
Oh, that may be an actual green.
I know.
I'm not sure.
I know exactly
Maybe not,
what it
though.
is.
No.
Jason Christie started the day in 3rd place, and as expected, he made some big moves early. Earliest limit, as you pointed out, Mark Zona, that we have seen so far. And Jason Christie, and everyone else knows this, don't let him get into that top 10 on the final day. He loves it.
With 57 pounds, 11 ounces, Jason Christie, day number 3, semifinal Saturday at the Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite.
I'm fishing for spawners and it snowed while I'm trying to fish for spawners, and I'm just thinking, what am I thinking? You know, I went from catching 20 to 25 keepers. I think I caught 8 today. And I caught that 6-pounder literally. I put it in the boat and we ran back. So it was just one of those days, and you know, I love going fishing on Sunday, and I just want to be within a pound or 2 or 3 and have a chance to have one of those magical days and get one of those trophies.
Seen you have a few magical days already.
Whoa! Look at the size of that bass!
Live coverage of the Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite at Lake Chickamauga is sponsored by Toyota.
Championship Sunday, 4th stop of the year for the Bassmaster Elite Series, the Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite at Chickamauga Lake on the Tennessee River, the upper reaches of the Tennessee River here. Let's take a look right now at the important points race that goes on all year long. Progressive Elite Series Angler of the Year, and John Cox came in with that lead in this tournament. He lost it after a tough day 1, but was able to crawl back to the top of that leaderboard. But you can see right there, we have a fantastic race going on with Brandon Palnick, former AOY, in that race as well. And a couple of good guys in that race too. 3rd place Clifford Perch in our top 10 today. In 4th place, Drew Benton, as you pointed out. Ronnie Moore, this is his 3rd top 10 in a row.
Wow,
That is awesome.
Harris Cheney got 2nd place. Santee Cooper last event for the Elite Series, and then this week at Chickamauga. And he's kind of done the same little home cooking deal.
Yes.
Most, if not a little bit, of every one of those events.
It has been a shallow water season so far in the Bassmaster Elite Series. Look for that to change a little bit next to events Lake Fork, Pickwick, just downriver from here. Drew Benton live.
So here it is, Championship Sunday, and we burned everything up that we had just to get here. So I made one pass through my best pocket up the river and didn't get any bites. I shared it with a couple other competitors all week, and one of them stayed in there all day yesterday and only had 2 fish. So I knew it was going away, and I've got to kind of run into them a little bit today. So I put a big line through swim bait in my hand, and I'm just covering water. I'm trying to stay in these transition areas. You know, this is a big spawning bay back here, and I'm trying to fish steeper banks and maybe run into a female or 2 that's pulled up in here, you know, thinking about spawning. If we wouldn't have had this cold front, I think that a lot of them actually would already be pushed back into the back ends of these places and actually be spawning. But we're just going to kind of peck around, and you know, I had a really good finish one time this time of year at Douglas, which is in East Tennessee, throwing this swim bait here, and it just seems like a really good option to cover water, especially on a clear body of water, and get a couple big bites. And that's what we're going to need today. We're down there in 9th, so we don't have very far we can even fall, so we don't really have much to lose. So we're in a good position to do what we're doing and just kind of go for it today.
Going forward today, he does own one Bassmaster Elite Series title in very hot weather down on the Colorado River, Lake Travis, Austin, Texas area, doing kind of a little bit close to what Jason Christie's doing today.
Yeah, a little bit, sort of same, but
the different end
right?
of the dock.
Exactly. Fishing, you know, Drew Benton is one of the best shallow water anglers on the Bassmaster Elite Series. Very clear water down there at Travis and a lot of deeper boat docks, but boat dock nonetheless. Drew Benton a big victory down there a couple years ago. Looking to hold another one of those trophies here on Lake Chickamauga. In that area that he was talking about, that little backwater, real shallow pockets, a lot of fish were trying to spawn early in this event. Drew Cook sharing it with a legend, Rick Clunn, and they just cannibalized each other. That area took a beating the first 3 days of this tournament. Not far from our takeoff in Dayton, Tennessee.
Let's take a moment right now to bring in our colleague, Davey Height. Done some great stuff, some great insights out on the water today. Davey, each day it's a different challenge, it seems like. It's a new chapter each and every day. That's not unusual on the Elite Series, but what stands out to you today?
Well, the biggest thing that stands out to me today is no doubt about it, the sun. We have more sunshine than we've had all week during the tournament itself. And in pre-practice, some of these anglers, you know, they had some sun. And Jason Christie was one this morning that said, this was my best day of practice when we had high skies and high pressure, a lot of sunshine like we have this morning. So obviously watch out for Jason Christie no matter what the weather. But it's going to be interesting to see how much the anglers have to change up. Got really cold last night, a hard frost down in the low 30s. The water temperature dropped a little more. The good thing is the water has actually been rising just a little, but as you can see, it's still about 3, maybe 3.5 feet below summer pool. So that's been an issue all week. But I think today, if the anglers can adjust their baits, maybe not so much throwing the big swim baits, but can adjust their baits this afternoon when the water temperature starts to rise, could be very good.
B&W Trailer Hitches on the line with Davey Height. Davey, one thing that's been interesting to really listen to a lot of the anglers in our top 10 saying how tough it is going to be, except for your leader. Jason Christie said, no, it doesn't matter what the nighttime temperatures is. It's still spring. Talk about that mentality coming, whether they bite or not, that mentality coming into a championship Sunday, because you used to have that same attitude if a tournament was in your wheelhouse.
Yeah, it's really very important. I mean, Brock Mosley, everyone's pulling for him to win today. With 4 second-place finishes in Elite Series tournaments, you got to be pulling for Brock Mosley some. But if you notice this morning, he was saying, you know, I didn't know if I could catch a bass on day one. I don't know if I can catch a bass today. Jason Christie, a very different mentality, like you mentioned, Z. He's like, these are the conditions I want, even though they're different. This is the moment I live for, the final day, and that's why he's such a good closer. Had a unusually bad tournament at Santee Cooper just right after winning the Bassmaster Classic. That's certainly understandable. He had a lot going on. He just won the World Championship. But you can see Jason Christie has just as much desire to win here today as I can remember he had when he won his first Bassmaster Elite tournament many years ago.
Davey, if you can, B&W Trailer Hitches on the line looking at Jason Christie right here. Look, you win the Bassmaster Classic, a tournament that you won, and then obviously there's a lot of commitments right after you win. But for Jason Christie to have his worst event in his history on Santee Cooper Lakes, an area where he should catch him the way that the guys were catching him in that tournament, you could look at him and see he was embarrassed, he was mad, and you're seeing that kind of play out in this tournament right now from our previous event.
Yeah, absolutely. The other 9 anglers are certainly going to have to catch him to be able to beat Jason Christie here today. I mean, first and foremost, he's a competitor. He's a great bass angler. He loves to hunt. He loves to fish. But first and foremost, him and these other 9, they love to compete. But some people, we see it in other sports, some people just live for this moment, the final day. Some people, when a lot of pressure gets on them, maybe they don't perform at their best. But people like Jason Christie, the more pressure on them, the better they perform. And that's why you saw him do what he did in the Bassmaster Classic just about a month ago. And look out, you saw him right out of the gates this morning. He went from 3rd place to take the lead by several pounds here this morning.
Davey, our world champ, shining brightly, obviously, this morning. Let's talk about the guy who's probably spent more time atop the leaderboard, yet he's not had a daily lead at the end of any of these days, and that's Daisuke Aoki, and what he's doing today and how well you think that's going to serve him.
Yeah, Tommy, I mean, the baits he's been using, to me, gives him a chance this afternoon with the calmer winds and the high pressure, the bright skies. What he has been doing is using a finesse bait that really doesn't move much water. It doesn't vibrate. You know, you got Jason Christie catching a lot of his fish on a spinner bait and a vibrating jig, some on just a regular jig. Brock Mosley, a lot of his fish on a vibrating jig. All of the anglers, for the most part, they're in the top 10, have been using baits that move a lot of water, that make a lot of noise in the water. And a day like today is when you want to calm those presentations down and use baits like Daisuke has been using this week. So I really think that he will make a surge this afternoon when the high pressure and the water temperature warms up quite a bit. Lower winds, I think it'd be a day for him to really excel, no doubt about it.
Davey, really looking at the way that this tournament has progressed, we had a lot of low pressure, a lot of wind, snow yesterday, and really low ceilings throughout this tournament where you saw the big swim baits play in a big way. The guys that are doing that today, we opened the show with this. Are they toast with these conditions?
Yeah, I mean, I really think so, Z. It would be very hard. You know, you think about Carl Jacobson that we saw day 1 leader. Day 2, not as well, but you saw all the fish that he lost. He had a chance to be leading by a lot after day 2. Yesterday, a 6 and a 7 pounder on that big swim bait. And you think, well, he's behind a little bit. He's got to catch those bigger fish. You know, you're going to be tempted to throw those big swim baits, but today is one of those days. We've talked about it the previous 3 days. A day like today is a day that a lot of those fish will just come up and follow that bait and not actually eat that bait. We'll see how it plays out. It'd be hard not to throw it because it is Championship Sunday. You want to hold that blue trophy over your head, and that may be the only way you think you can do it. But gosh, it's a high-risk bait under these conditions.
Davey Hyde, thank you so much for all of that. Of course,
stuff.
Dave and Davey, Mercer and Height will be taking over the coverage in about an hour's time here on site. We look forward to that very much as well, as always. A good fast start for our 3rd place angler to start the day, Jason Christie, with a big lead right out of the box.
That is by far the fastest limit we have seen Thursday, Friday, yesterday. That is very impressive, and that is the biggest margin from 1st to 2nd place that we have seen all tournament.
The one X factor, we have seen double-digit fish, 9-pounders every day except yesterday. A game changer could come along at any minute. Do stay with us. We'll be right back.
Whoa! Look at the size of that bass!
You're watching a Fox Sports presentation of B.A.S.S.
Championship Sunday. This is when it gets all locked down and we find ourselves a champion. A man not a stranger to championships and success on Championship Sunday is the man with the lead right now. Started in 3rd place, Jason Christie on top, and he started showing us what he had back in 2013.
He absolutely did. We knew Jason Christie before 2013, but in that tournament, we were watching other anglers. Jason Christie kind of threw a curveball at all of us on the production team.
Yeah.
Watching what he did at Lake Dardanelle, that pretty much is river fishing 101, how Jason Christie has grown up. And if you really look at his career, we think of Jason Christie as one of the best shallow water big bass anglers. To see what he has done, it's been a lot of shallow water tournaments. He is equally as powerful fishing out deep. There's a tournament on Lake St. Clair. Jason Christie dominating Lake St. Clair and really A lot of history, solid smallmouth history with Jason Christie on one of the most popular lakes. Hoping to get up there in a couple weeks myself.
Oh, I know.
Back in 2017.
He also has an Opens victory there in 2013.
Wow.
That's what got him, or 2012. That's what got him to the elites and obviously the classic spot as well.
First two were come from behinds. This one, as you say, he dominated. He could do it either way.
Yeah, and this was a body of water, the Sabine River. Not a ton of big bass in this system. Jason Christie had been haunted by the Sabine River several times in years past. Well, last year pretty much dominated from start to finish, finding what we would call just a little Texas hidey hole right there.
And had to, you'll pardon the language, go through a hell ride to get there and back every day.
That's exactly what it is.
And everything. He had a lot of strategy in play.
Fiance right there, Shanna Ramsey. Big victory right there on the Sabine River for Jason Christie. Then after that, well, this was about a month and a half ago, starting out deep. Jason Christie exercising the Bassmaster Classic demons. And Jason Christie took a little time out, went to a field trip for a couple years, didn't fish the Bassmaster Elite Series, said the #1 reason he wanted to come back, wanted to fish for big bass and go after that thing right there, the Bassmaster Classic Trophy, getting it done. And best way to put it, that dude deserved to win the Bassmaster Classic.
Absolutely one of the most feared anglers in the history of the Bassmaster Elite Series, if not the most feared.
What's very cool about all of his victories, guys, is we think about Bull Shoals 2013, a Zara Spook walking topwater. We think about Dardanelle, a swim jig. We think about St. Clair, a tube. Then we go to the Sabine River, and it's all spinnerbait, what we expect. We go to the Classic, he had an offshore spot and a jig, and then this week he could win on a bladed jig. He would have a different win with different lures in all of his Bassmaster victories.
Yeah.
Chickamauga, that's our playing field. Gets back down to that. We took that trip back in time with Jason Christie, which was fun and gives us a lot of context for what, gosh, might happen today.
Exactly. Taking a look at our playing field here, Lake Chickamauga, 36,000 acres, about 60 miles of waterway of the Tennessee River and the Hiawassee. And Jason Christie always preaches being around nature. He has been around it all week long. This is a grebe-infested body of water, and that's what makes it good. You know you're on a healthy, it is absolutely exactly what I just said.
Two different types right there.
That is two different
Drake
types
and
of
hen
grebes.
grebes.
There's another one right there.
There's the grandfather grebe.
Yeah, he is in hovering lotus
Uncle
right
Heron.
there.
Yeah.
A little chilly this morning.
That's exactly right. Jason Christie will tell you, just pretty much keep your eye on wildlife and it will show you wherever the owl is at, you will find the mouse.
What?
Heard that from Jason Christie multiple times from the Tahlequah. Dioki Live. Made no sense at all.
Get out to our day 2 leaders. Start day 2, Matt Robertson. Start day 3, Matt Robertson.
Yes. Stone Cold Country, a little bit slow this morning for little Matty Robertson live.
Caught some little ones, lost one about 3.5. Having a lot of fish, just really, you know, bumping. Not really eating it real good. I don't know if it's because of the slick water or something. Oh, see, just lost another one. I don't know really what the deal is. I think it might be the slick water, but it's kind of the gist of our morning, man. They're just slapping it and not really choking it. Like I'm not far from dragging a weightless Senko through the grass right here. Because at least if they get it, I believe I could, you know, hook them. Didn't think I'd be saying that today, but I probably had 7 or 8 fish just absolutely crush it, and nothing. I don't even know how they do it. I got some sticky hooks on there, buddy. Got some sticky hooks on there, and how they don't touch them, I don't know.
that has been a problem this whole tournament, short striking fish. We've seen a lot of lost fish in this tournament.
Oh, yeah.
And you get that this time of year when these fish are starting to think about spawning. Granted, he's not in a spawning bay right there, but lots of missed opportunities in this event.
Well, a lot of people picking Matt Robertson based on the way he catches fish on his beloved Kentucky Lake this time of year.
And really, it's been a 1-2 punch with Matt Robertson. A lot of his damage has been out on that main river, about a 3/4 mile long stretch, throwing a lipless crankbait of grass that he's been fishing, and really, for the most part, has been left alone. Now, day number 1 on this exact spot, he caught a pile of really quality, a couple 6-pounders. After that, he's had his other bullet in his gun, has been a big swim bait up in the creeks here. Day 2 and 3, we got to see fish like this with Matt Robertson. This was day 3 out on that main river stretch of grass with that lipless. We kind of thought coming into this day, if there was something that was front-proof, weather-proof, that little main river gig out there, 2 to 6 feet of water, scattered hydrilla, really still should fire, even though he said wind was a big key on days 1 through 3. Still kind of feel Matt Robertson's going to have his opportunities today, especially in an area that has not received a lot of pressure.
Oh. Big one. Take it, baby. Grind it.
Matt Robertson starting this day, less than 4 pounds back of our leader. At the start of the day, Brock Mosley. Now, of course, Jason Christie in your upper left-hand corner there is the man on top by a good, healthy margin. Still early, though.
Did not want that. Man, I didn't see that branch. Oh, it came off. Nice.
Looks like they want that little bit deeper stuff.
I can't wait to see this top 10 fish all day long because we have a stacked top 10. Almost everyone, I'd say over half of the top 10 has a victory on the Bassmaster Elite Series. Everyone has now made a top 10 in their career, but the 2 guys who made their first top 10s this week, Daisuke Aoki and Jacob Fouts, one's a college champ and a classic competitor, and the other is a 3-time Angler of the Year in Japan, one of the best, most decorated Japanese anglers. So even the ones who don't have the elite stats to back up their performance this week, they have stats that have gotten them here that show that they belong.
And it really is. It's a pretty random top 10 compared to other tournaments you're able to kind of predict.
Oh, yeah. Regionally, it's all over the map.
Absolutely right. And because we said that on the opening show of Bassmaster Live, consistency was going to be so hard to duplicate here. And obviously, these 10 have pretty much done it to perfection.
Well, fish and fishermen love consistency. They love stability. That's kind of the opposite of
That
what
has
we've
not been
had
the case here this week.
Absolutely, each and every day a different sort of challenge for these guys. So hats off to the 10 who have made it thus far. And we know we proceed forward knowing that at any moment, any one of them could blow the thing wide open. The presence of a single fish. So that's what keeps us coming back. Come back with us after these messages.
Whoa! Look at the size of that bass!
Live coverage of the Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite at Lake Chickamauga is sponsored by Toyota.
Easter Sunday night on Fox. It's the most unpredictable race of the year. When Bristol meets 20,000 truckloads of dirt and chaos reigns under the lights. The NASCAR Bristol Dirt Race, Easter Sunday night at 7 Eastern on Fox and the Fox Sports app.
Well, you have been all over Austin Dillon lately. Are you staying consistent on that, Tom?
Well, I may switch it up for, 20,000, I'm talking about truckloads of
Do I ever?
Yeah. You know what I'm talking about. Back to Championship Sunday.
Love trucks.
Bassmaster Elite at Chickamauga Lake.
I do.
We're in Tennessee, Dayton, Tennessee.
Dave and Davey show coming up.
Oh,
in
yeah, those
45
guys
minutes.
are inside the hour. Those two, Dave and Davey, will take
Hey,
over the show.
Using that 6-pound test for some crappie, it looks like some filet,
Exactly.
maybe dropping some lines.
Davey in the back and Mercer just taking a load off.
They're so busy. Anytime they can release a little pressure, take a break, I don't blame them for taking advantage of it. But they're coming along soon, and we look forward to that.
Oh, boy.
I love that top 10 map right there, the dispersion of them. Three above takeoff,
Yeah.
2 in the Hiwassee, 1 at the dam, 2 or 3 mid-lake. It's spread out pretty good.
Take a look at Jason Christie right now. 5 bass in his live well. Fastest to a limit we've seen all tournament long on camera. You know what's really strange? I talked about Jason Christie has had a weird road. You kind of talk about that little field trip he went on, thought he was jumping on a rocket ship. It was old busted up van, but to come back to listen, it was a dumpster fire. To look at him having to qualify back through the Bassmaster Opens just to get in position to get to the Elite Series and then close the door on a Classic. That's a very, very
you have to sit back and
improbable.
They need to rename the Opens to the Bassmaster Gauntlet because it's turning
Yes.
into 250 boats, locals, pros, veterans of the sport trying to get to the Elite Series or get back.
It's
Tires on fire.
It is the
Exactly.
pit. It is the snake pit. Absolutely. Another man who's survived all that and has come out of it looking great. One of our real stars this year and last year on the Bassmaster Elite Series. Caleb Kuffal from around the Milwaukee area there in Wisconsin. Second place finish last time out at the Santee Cooper Lakes.
Boy, he has caught a lot of bass on a half-ounce jig that size throughout this tournament. You know Caleb Kuffal will catch 15 pounds today with what we've seen on these boat docks.
And with that bass, maybe more, because that is above average for
what he's been
that.
doing.
He won't react and tell you that's a big fish emotionally, but it's definitely a above average catch.
2 hours into the day, that's only the 10th fish caught. Broke a half-hour drought.
Well, he is a shallow water possum. Caleb Kuffal is from Wisconsin. A lot of people think Wisconsin and the Midwest, they think smallmouth. That is not his game. Whenever we have been at least had a camera in Caleb Kuffal's boat, it has been about 4 feet of water and less. Dominating that tournament on Gunnersville. And here's the weird thing, dominating that tournament in areas that were getting hammered. He pretty much just hammered the competition around him.
The second biggest victory margin in Elite Series history, over 17 pounds it stretched out to on that final day. 17 pounds of victory. I believe he had like 85 pounds in second with 68. What an incredible 4 days.
He fishes with a purpose, and he does not allow himself to become distracted. He doesn't think about what's going on with someone else across the lake.
He's all business.
He's all in.
Yes, he is. Does not like football, being from Wisconsin, said nobody ever. Caleb Kuffal winning big on Lake Gunnersville.
17-14 was the margin.
17 for
Almost 18 pounds.
Kuffal joined the Elite Series in 2020.
Third year.
Qualified from a great group of anglers, the 5
Started
anglers.
off pretty slow, hit my grass area, and did not get a bite. I had one bite in there, but did not commit. Came down here, fished one little stretch earlier, caught one short off of it, and then we came down here and just caught like a 3.5 pounder. So my mornings have been very, very slow. So, I mean, nothing different today. So hoping that sun comes up and gets these fish a little bit closer to these docks where I can catch them. And I don't know, we'll see how the day goes. Looking forward to it. You know, I think they'll bite pretty well today. I just need some time to pass, you know, and it to warm up a little bit and position these fish.
Jason Christie told us first thing today, those fish want to be up there shallow
Yes.
next to those docks. That's where they want to be. If they can handle it, they'll be there.
And you heard Caleb Kuffal talking about these fish setting up and positioning on these docks. As these skies get higher, shade lines get around these docks, what we have seen in pretty much any dock tournament that we have covered on the Elite Series, but really this week, a lot of Caleb Kuffal's damage is 10 o'clock to noon when they
well,
really
today's going to be
tighter
completely
to the docks.
different with the high skies. You know, there's no clouds right now, and we're supposed to have a high like 75, 80 degrees today. So, you know, the rest of the tournament, as opposed to the first day, you know, the first day was, you know, while it was a little bit windy, we still had the high skies and the sun, and I caught them good on the first day. And I had one really good day of practice too, and that was our sunniest day as well. Oh, that was a fish. So I'm hoping, it's a little one, I think. Pecking away at it. There he is again. No, hit 3 times. Give him the old mouse trap. Nope. He wants it bad. There he is again. Golly. That's insane.
Pretty good shot. That might be a spawner right there.
He's got it again. See the line moving.
Give it to him. Oh, that's awesome.
I don't know what that is. I can't hook him.
That's a tail biter.
That is the craziest thing. Every single time I throw in there, he bites it. There he is again. Oh, he took my chunk that time.
8th time's a charm.
Now he's got nothing to bite other than a hook.
He got what he wanted.
Well, we ain't gonna fool around with him.
What I was saying before he started having a breakdown of his day was that the group he qualified with from the Central Opens in 2019, Wes Logan, Taku Ito, John Cox, Bob Downey, and himself.
Wow.
You've got Taku, Wes Logan, and Caleb Kuffal, all champions. You've got Bob Downey, he got second place at the first event this season, almost was a champion. And then you have John Cox, who was our Progressive Angler of the Year leader and a veteran and champion in other leagues in our sport and the semi-open.
Dave and Davey in the background.
Oh yeah.
Getting some of that hot apple pie.
I'm not sure that was it.
You can only see someone set the hook 8 times before you got to come on over and help out.
Is that the magic? That's the
I think so.
gateway number? Okay.
Not part of that community right there, my friend.
Jason Christie.
Yes, sir.
Blasting off to a big lead on Championship Sunday.
His rocket
Can
has fuel.
anyone run with that guy? I mean, he's the fastest guy in the world champion. As it stands right now, Brock Mosley started the day with the lead, looking for his second keeper of the day. Ditto for Daisuke Aoki. He's going to heat up, and sooner or later, we will see him start catching them right here on Chickamauga.
Whoa! Look at the size of that bass!
Live coverage of the Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite at Lake Chickamauga is sponsored by Toyota.
Continuing live in Chickamauga Lake, where big monstrous beasts lurk. We underscore that with our Jack Links Hook the Beast. For this episode, we take you back to Lake Fork in Texas, designed, conceived, built to support giant Texas bass.
Yeah, we got to see a 100-pound tournament on Santee Cooper Lakes. Really look for that to happen again. That was a little bit of an odd time of year that we had our Lake Fork tournament a couple years ago. Not going to be the case this time around. And I am sure there is an angler in our field, a Keith Combs, very dominant on that body of water. Taking a look at Patrick Walters right there going over 100 pounds. That will be a big bass splash beatdown.
Yeah, we're looking forward to that. That is, in fact, the next stop for the Bassmaster Elite Series, Lake Fork, in the month of May.
No doubt about it. A lot of those fish going to be starting to get offshore. And one of the anglers that has done pretty good that time of year on that body of water, out deep, Jason Christie.
Oh, well, there you go. There you go. He is our leader right now, in control of this tournament, but we underscore it with the fact that there's a big old game changer or two out there as well. It could change the narrative for us.
You feel like any swing of the bat, we're going to see what we got to see yesterday with Christie. Caught a lot of males, solid males today. 1.7 is Christie's smallest. As tight as this race has been, those are not big calls, yet very, very, very big calls.
Oh, yeah. And you want to keep track of every ounce today. I have a feeling it could be one of those close finishes.
Close to a pound upgrade there for Christie.
I thought that was the BFA.
I did too, yeah.
BFA alarm sound. I was like, who caught a big one? But it's where dice case fishing. There's something going on.
Car alarm. Yeah.
This is a stretch we have not seen him fish in this tournament so far.
Oh no.
Maybe 3-pounder.
Would have been number 2.
He's actually over in Harrison Bay.
Yes, he is.
Not in Chesterfield, a little south of where he's been.
I'll keep her. Maybe.
15 inches in length to be legal to put into the live well and count towards your total for the day. We'll measure this one. Two for Aoki. Jason Williams having a good season this year. Yes, last season, 2021, was not good for Jason.
We have not had Jason Williamson on Bassmaster Live in a long time. Years ago, he won on, I believe it was Clarks Hill?
Clarks Hill.
And won at
And
Amistad.
South Carolina native. 12th place Progressive Angler of the Year points.
Pretty much been a jig and a bladed jig all week long, just like Jason Christie, just different area of Chickamauga.
And I just hung around till catching 22 pounds, 10 ounces yesterday, our second biggest bag. Climb into our top 10 at 7.
He's a man of few words here on Championship Sunday. Back out to Brock Mosley across the river.
Oh, there he is. Begging, begging. Stay hooked up. It ain't that big, but it's a keeper. Get in here. Man, it knocked the crap out of it. Like a big one. Starting to sound like Mike. Man, that one hammered it on the point. Where's your girlfriend, buddy?
He said that 2 or 3 times now, Z. There's bites today coming on the points and not necessarily on the banks going back into the creeks, but rather those points that stick out. And if you don't know what a point is, watching on FS1 is where it extends out in the water a little bit more.
A notch.
A little bit, yeah.
Not from the bank.
A little bit
stop
deeper
sign,
access.
Little stop
yeah.
sign.
Yep, number 3.
We are going to have us a little bit of a shootout here on Championship Sunday.
Good deal.
Yeah.
On the point.
Here, Brock Mosley say the biggest key are those points, and it was very interesting to listen to Jason Christie very, very early today with the drop in the water temp, how quickly he made that adjustment. A lot of his damage, that covert spinner bait and a jig, going to that bladed jig today. Caught some fish on it with us yesterday, but instantly knowing just to slow that retrieve down. Little subtle things this week have made big, big differences.
And I'll say the reason why Brock Mosley specifically keyed in on Jason Christie being the guy chasing him as he's the leader today. Brock has 4 second-place finishes on the Elite Series, looking for his first win. 2 of those seconds have came to Jason Christie. 2017 St. Clair, 2021 Sabine River. He doesn't like that guy being behind him.
No.
Nobody does, really.
No,
nobody.
Yeah, that's the bottom line. Nobody does.
Nobody likes that. We've covered a lot of tournaments here on Chickamauga in years past with the Bassmasters. Best finishes we have seen come out of the Hiawassee so far, just above the Highway 60 bridge. Jason Christie and Jacob Fouts pretty much been in there all tournament long. A lot of other anglers tried to make that work, but for the most part, here's the one thing that is strange. A lot of these anglers have had a lot of company around them in this tournament. Jason Christie said, I've had nobody around me this event.
Such an advantage. I mean, you think about...
But very weird, too.
Yeah.
What's weird is we've seen anglers on the map where Jason Christie's at right now, just at different times of the day. Like a Patrick Walters, the first guy to miss the cut, 48th place this week.
We need to be moving.
12 pounds a day, that's what it got you. If you mistimed it, it seemed like your limits in the whole Hiawassee would be
And that's the thing about being left alone. You want a schedule. You want your timing to be right. If someone else is on that spot, then you're back to square one.
You're free to run around without the fear of someone else catching your fish when you're gone.
Well, we thought it was going to be the toughest morning of the tournament. That is not Tommy Sanders' case so far.
Not for Jason Christie in particular. Jason Christie, of course, the most dangerous angler based on his record. In this 10 anglers, these 10 anglers who have qualified for this day, they've worked very, very hard to get here. You're going to have to scramble some of them, sort of, as you say, figure out a change-up pitch in order to get out of this one.
Absolutely.
Yep, you're one of those for sure.
And one thing to say about Chickamauga, we talked about it yesterday, even a really tough Chickamauga absolutely still shows up, still on pace for that 80-pound mark a lot of these anglers thought it would take to win that trophy here.
Are we going to make 80 pounds today?
I don't think we will.
Yeah, get
I'm
close.
gonna
We might scare it. 77?
77.
Yeah, that's what you said. You're sticking by it, and I respect that, Jason Christie. Always respected out here, especially, obviously, on the final championship day of any tournament. Can he hang on? He's got a long time to be able to see if that plays out. We'll be right back.
Whoa! Look at the size of that bass!
Live coverage of the Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite at Lake Chickamauga is sponsored by Toyota.
The USFL is starting on Saturday. Kicks off with a historic inaugural game as the New Jersey Generals take on the Birmingham Stallions at 7:30 Eastern on Fox and NBC.
You say, Tommy Sanders, let Chun eat in that event.
A lot of buzz around that, and a lot of relief for uncurable football addicts like
Give them
the
20
two folks, all three folks at this table.
Yes,
right here.
give them 20 to 30 snaps, and you'll see a beat down in that, Tommy Sanders.
Final day at the Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite at Chickamauga. Ronnie Moore, I know you've got an agenda today.
I did, yes, I did. Whether it's my agenda or someone else's agenda, we will get through the agendas. And when it comes to Bassmaster Fantasy Fishing, sometimes I want to talk about it because I'm on the mountaintop. Sometimes I don't. Last week, Tommy, you were on the mountaintop. Kudos to that. I've been kind of hard on you all week, but you were #1 in the world last week. And so I wanted to highlight the guy who has the best team this week for Rapala Bassmaster Fantasy Fishing. If you don't know, you have 5 different buckets, and it's ranked based on how they finish in the Angler of the Year standings, which is our points race for the year, and it's separated out. You have to pick 1 angler per bucket. And right now, the perfect team, the best team for the leaderboard right now is Brandon Polinick, Luke Palmer, Caleb Kuffal, Jason Christie, and Jacob Fouts. So what a great pairing there with 3 anglers fishing on the final day. The other 2 finishing 12th and 13th. I think that 1,375 points, that is a fantastic mark this week, and we're going to see how that changes because there are some bonus points to be handed out for the people who have the biggest bag of the event, the biggest bass of the event, and the overall winner at the end gets bonus points for leading that day of competition. So especially in Drain the Lake, that's another game mode that we'll get into in just a little bit, but you select 8 anglers there, and if you pick the winner, you get double points. So a lot of different things that can still move, even though that's the best team right now. We will see come final weigh-in with Dave Mercer who gets the bonus points.
And the rumor is during commercial break, you told us you have shined.
It's been good this week.
It's
been good this week. It has been very good this week. I have 3 of the top 6 fishing today coming into the final day.
Another gear.
Yeah, it was very nice of you to compliment Tommy on being
that is
#1.
a very, very impressive feat.
Yeah, it's rare.
I will say the Drain the Lake.
You can go TikTok that.
The Drain the Lake leader, I believe this week, is playing their first ever time. Or no, their Rapala, that lineup I just showed you, 1,375 points. That's their first ever thing this year. They must have been inspired by you, Tommy. They hadn't played all season.
1,375 out of a possible 1,440. Did you say something?
I believe
like that?
that's basically the max.
That's strong.
And so no one's better than them. And first attempt out.
You're the king. You're the king, and we are going to Lake Fork. While we've got a little break in the action, what kind of wizardry can you pass on to some of the viewers on
Well, I
FS1
think
today?
one thing you need to think about, we've seen Lake Fork in April, May, and November the last 3 seasons. We will see it in late May this time, a little bit different than the last few years. Also different, it is going to be 6 to 7 feet low. It has been low for the last 4 or 5 months. They've been working on the dam. It will not get back up to the full pool that we normally see it at. It will be 6 to 7 feet low, which means we will see things we've never seen before. Anglers will be fearful for what they've driven over in the past, and they see it exposed, all those trees in the water. So
there's a couple of stumps in that lake.
Yeah, a couple. We'll be able to
to
count them, Tommy. We'll be able to see them and count them.
Lee Livesey.
So I think it'll be a little bit different because it will be towards a summertime pattern. With it being low, we'll see some spots that have never been fished. You know, places that are 30 feet deep that will now be into play.
Our last winner there, Lee Livesey, your guides there, told me if it stays low, we might have all 10 top 100 pounds, and we may even set the all-time weight record.
Shooting fish in
Quote
the barrel, I
unquote,
guess.
Lee Livesey.
I'd pay to see that.
Yeah. Jacob Fouts with might be a 14-incher, which you have to be 15 to keep this week in your bottom right. corner. I think it goes, Tommy.
Jacob's not a huge guy. I always get kind of messed up.
He told you.
He told you.
Wow, he
Sorry.
told you.
I didn't know he was sensitive.
Shut your
about
mouth.
that. My bad.
Just barely.
Boy,
Barely a keeper.
grab some wood,
And
boy.
you're in your place now, Tom.
Ooh.
Yet again.
Gee whiz. Perfect timing.
I thought that was Ronnie talking to you about fantasy. Right.
Oh my
Hopefully he's been there long. He's in there very long. We got problems. Unless we got like 4 7s or something.
Former national bass fishing collegiate champion from went to school right here.
Bryan College.
Right
Boy,
at
and he
college.
was, yeah, absolutely. One of the things that Jacob Out said yesterday, the reason he's doing good, he basically has grown up on the Hiawassee, knowing every single twig and lay down. Big golf fan. Said he picked, now, I know it's easy to do this 3 days into it, said he has picked Scotty Scheffler for the Masters for the last 3 weeks. That was his pick.
The last 3 weeks is when Scotty Scheffler ascended to the top spot, #1 world ranking.
Yeah,
Easy pick right there.
Suspicious, yeah. He went a little chalk on that one.
Yeah.
Just like the folks who picked him, maybe Carl Jacobson in fantasy fishing. The two guys who have moved to Chickamauga and made it their home. They might not be the localist of locals, but they've got a lot of time here the last year or so.
No, the localist of locals is not with us today.
Yeah.
That being Buddy Gross. It was
Yeah.
and he was honest with us. He said, man, I'm worried about catching a limit on this body of water. And we got to see that on day one. It was not a good event for Buddy Gross.
Not his favorite
time of year.
Season. No, he says the post is where it gets fun here.
Yes.
Chickamauga, the true post spawn. Just picking up with us here. This is the final championship day of 4 days of fishing on legendary Lake Chickamauga. Fourth stop of the year for the Bassmaster Elite Series, and the world champion in the upper left part of your screen there, Jason Christie, started out in third place and has put a quick limit in the boat to take over a fairly hefty lead at this point in the proceedings.
He's the only angler in our top 10 with 2 days over 20 pounds.
Yeah, and the other thing about it is we talked about it very early in the broadcast. With the conditions, kind of felt like somebody was going to have to make hay that's fishing shallow with the low light conditions the first hour. That guy was Jason Christie, putting a limit in the live reel very quickly. And due to fog this morning, Jason Christie hooking a left in the Hiawassee and fishing an area that he has not fished all tournament long. Majority of his damage so far this week has been with a 1/2 ounce Booyah covert spinnerbait and a jig on boat docks. Not the case today. Hooking that left in a little bitty creek in the Hiawassee that has had, this area has had a lot of attention this week, fishing a bladed jig early and just landed like Jason Christie does on one of those magical stretches. Solid limit of the boat, anchored by about a 4-pounder. A lot of room to grow for Jason Christie. We are yet to see him go to the area in the Hiawassee that he has done the majority of his damage throughout this tournament, where he has been left alone. Easy to pick right now. Your Mercury move of the day is going to be Jason Christie, off to the fastest start. Now check this out. On day number 1, he caught about 20 keepers. Yes, day 2, 15. Yesterday, it was a slow day. Not the case today. Jason Christie, your Mercury move of the day, unofficially with 12 pounds, 10 ounces. And we think he's got a hair more than that. Probably the best time of the day coming for Jason Christie, your Mercury move of the day.
As his quantity has gone down, his quality has gone up. The day he caught the most was his least catching weight of the day of the week so far.
Different leader to start each day. That sort of speaks about the changing conditions that all these guys have had to deal with and plan around during the course of this tournament. Very, very challenging on a very, very much legendary fishery. We'll have more from Lake Chickamauga in just a moment.
The Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite at Lake Chickamauga is sponsored by Minn Kota, Power Pole, Skeeter Boats, and by Rapala.
By the end of the day, we will have our 4th champion of the year here on the Bassmaster Elite Series here at the Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite on Chickamauga Lake. Top 10 anglers only after 3 days of fishing are out there today, including a couple of rookies. Very obviously impressive rookies. There's our Falcon Rods Bassmaster Rookie of the Year. Points watch for you there. Jay Shakura came here with the lead, lost it, regained it. Joseph Webster made a run at it on day number 1, as a matter of fact.
Jacob Bouts, Cody Huff making some big moves in this tournament. Cody Huff kind of digging out of a hole, getting it done, making the cut into semifinals Saturday.
That's what's weird is Fouts and Huff both moved up the leaderboard closer to Shakira, but still are 100 points behind. So the points the same, but they're now in striking distance position-wise.
And as we talked about, this has been a shallow water season so far on the Elite Series. Gonna be able to see how these rookies can adjust to some summertime, deeper water situations, a lot of the venues we're gonna head to. And it is weird that we're halfway through the season.
That's right. If you figure you throw in the Classic,
yes,
that's 10 events, 10 major events that we deal with, and we'll be halfway through at the end of today. Jacob Fouts moved on. We missed Cliff Perch at the Classic. Great to see him having a great comeback season here in 2022. He's currently 3rd place.
Yeah.
The Progressive Angler of the Year points.
Huge. And I like the rest of the season for him.
Absolutely.
Oh, yeah.
Offshore, Oahe, St. Lawrence.
See a little wake.
You don't think of a guy in Arizona being, one of the big guns down when you go to Florida, but he's shown us that in the state of Florida, he can get the job done. Thinking about 2019, great little moment we experienced here with Cliff Perch.
Yep, just a great
nice
catch right
conditions this
here.
morning,
Big
the
top
water.
water bite. Listen for it.
Clarity is a lot cleaner than yesterday. Got a little different wind angle. And just trying to figure out what phase they're in, what's going on with it. Oh, gosh. Giant. I guess they're in top water phase. Golly. Oh, my gosh, it's giant.
Big fish out of Lake George on the St. Johns River. Kind of missed Lake George, haven't you?
Yeah.
Been able to duplicate a lot of that.
Oh, God. Thank you, Lord. We may have figured out what phase they're in. I know what phase my heart's in. There's
He's
got
got
a
popped
medical
off
term
almost
for it.
100 pounds in the St. John's River, 98
That's
change
pretty
for Rick
exciting.
Fun to win that. Yeah, 30-pound bags every single day. It was one of those ones where tough in practice and got better every single day, exploded. Saw a little bit of that here and there in spurts at the St. John's now because it's totally different.
Boy, it is a different body of water.
We got to see him catch a 9-pounder at the Harris Chain this year when he got a top 10. thought it was going to be well over 10.
He is a quiet, sneaky sight fisherman on the Elite Series over the last decade and a half.
I saw a fish up in this pocket on day one. It wasn't quite ready to spawn, but it was making a bed there. It wasn't quite set up yet, so see if we can't get one. Plenty of guys could have come through here over the last couple days, so it's hard to know. But we're about due for one. It's warming up nicely.
Celebrated hunting guide up in the mountains of Arizona there.
A good
obviously,
one.
Obviously some supernatural eyesight,
yes,
which aids him in this particular situation.
And don't let his size fool you. You have to have the incredible strength to not only harvest, you know, elk and other big wild game out there that are
if you miss once, you
dwarf
usually miss
us
several times.
hiking those mountains and stuff.
I missed.
He hikes and finds elk antler sheds.
No, he
fills his truckload. Yes.
No,
he sent pictures of his
ears.
I think that's right. Let's get back out to Dice K. Aoki.
Really leaning on a place we haven't seen him all
Not
week.
at all, Ronnie.
If he was ever there, it would have been day one when we didn't have him on camera. But no mention of
when
that.
we've
He
had
hasn't
him on
visited
camera,
at
we have
all,
not
yeah.
seen him in Harrison Bay at all.
No.
Well, was his hump empty today? Did he go check it out?
He did early. We had him there for about the first 45 minutes, I believe. Well, you would not have thought it yesterday. As many fish as he caught off of that hump in Chester Frost.
He's kind of wheeling and dealing there, and that's odd.
I believe you'll see him probably head right back there in the next few minutes.
Yeah, and I will say, though, we talked to, I guess it was Caleb Kuffal talking about the sunny conditions in practice. That one day he had his best day, and then day one he caught him very good. Day one for Dice K, his best day, he did most of his work in that shallow backwater off beds, catching 2 7-pounders. Less work in the Chester Frost region. He's leaned on that a lot more the last 2 days, but I wonder if the conditions there
a lot of
won't
bites
set up.
there yesterday.
Yes, and now
lots.
Now it's windy, cloudy today. No wind, sun. It may not go because of how shallow that underwater island is.
Not what we all thought, though.
No.
No. No. I thought he was kind of in the driver's seat, finesse fishing in Chester Frost. Not the case so far today for Dice K. Aoki.
One and two with a 7-pound lead for Jason Christie.
I guess the other thing that has definitely transpired, and tell you what Matt Robertson's good at, and Such really hit on this throughout the week, is this style fishing. And you kind of thought that Matt Robertson's deal out on that main river, just that, you know, little bit of soft current out there kind of equalizes a little bit the lack of wind. Definitely not firing this morning for Matt Robertson. And he'll tell you what he's good at.
A few isolated logs down there that maybe
one of the best.
With that being slip
ever.
calm, and
definitely
maybe
like
they'll
to
get
see
on
that.
those things.
And he may have a 7-pound lead, Tommy, but he only has 12 pounds. This is still, these guys have to get to their limit numbers, and then it'll equalize
good
a lot
perspective.
of.
Absolutely.
Story is far from told as it stands right now. So much fishing left to go on Championship Sunday here today. Congrats to these 10 who have made it through all sorts of adverse conditions.
not the best fishing conditions, too. We got into this top 10 here. Jason Christie on top. How about moments away from Dave and Davey? Davey Height and Dave Mercer on site. They're in Dayton, Tennessee. We'll pick up our coverage.
Whoa! Look at the size of that bass!
You're watching a Fox Sports presentation of B.A.S.S.
Oh, it is my favorite day of the week, Championship Sunday, and we are in a beautiful, sunny Tennessee for the first time this week. It's acting like it should be. This is our Minn Kota Unlock the Lake, and that is our playing field. As you can see, 10 anglers left in our field. Chickamauga Lake, an incredible, incredible fishery, has literally created an industry here, Davey Height. You look at how much bigger this community gets every single time we come here, and it's because of what this lake continues to deliver.
Yeah, it's a great point, Dave. When I checked in the hotel here this week, the lady said, this is a new hotel. We built it because bass fishing, and it's so popular now in Dayton, Tennessee. Looking at our playing field here, 36,000 acres, Lake Chickamauga, and you can see it's really incredible for it to only be 10 anglers out there on Championship Sunday. The way they are so spread out, but here's the deal. It's a beautiful day. Championship Sunday, a beautiful day, but the fishing not quite so good.
Not quite so good yet, but we still have a lot of hours left here today. And everybody around here on the site at the venue, give you guys a little bit of a feel of what it's like here at our on-site coverage. People are freeing. They're freeing of all the layers of clothing that they have worn the last few days. I'm joined by Davey Height, Bassmaster Classic champion, two-time Angler of the Year, and Bass Fishing Hall of Famer. He's going to give us all the information, and I'll just move the hole that makes the words. Davey Height, it's been slower than we've seen the first 3 days of this tournament, but I got to imagine they're going to turn on at some point today.
Yeah, the lack of wind, I mean, we've been complaining about the wind standing here on the shoreline, but the wind has actually helped the fishing here this week. The water level being down, the colder temperatures, especially at night, has kind of been a negative, but the wind blowing actually helps the fishing. Today, we don't have that wind. But here's a good deal. We've got a lot of sunshine, and the water temperatures will be rising, so I do think the fishing will be better this afternoon than it has been so far this morning.
Well, let's take a look at the action so far today. Championship Sunday, as I said, my favorite day of the week. And this is our Yamaha midday report. We're going to catch you up at all the doings on the water. And here's a guy you saw the last time we had a top 10. He's in the mix again, Caleb Kuffal from Wisconsin.
Yeah, Dave, we talk about this all the time with all the advancements in our sport. I mean, from the electronics to the trolling motors nowadays, the boats, the outboard engines, all of that stuff. Caleb Kuffal has just been keeping it simple, a jig, likes to flip, and he has really been catching the last few events.
Elite Series rookie Jacob Fouts, a former Strike King College Bass champion, actually fished for Bryant College right here and represented them at the Bassmaster Classic, but this his first top 10 on the Elites.
First top 10, but I'm sure he's certainly enjoying this, being close to where he was right here at Bryant College here. Fishes here a lot. He's up the Hiawassee. Jason Christie and him, really the two anglers that have done best in that arm of Lake Chickamauga.
Another Championship Sunday rookie, but this guy, no rookie, a three-time Angler of the Year in Japan and won their classic twice. Would love to get an Elite Series victory at his first Championship Sunday.
Yeah, you could really tell he's enjoying being in the limelight like he has always been. A Japanese angler. He's had a little slower start on the Elites, but showing us what a great fisherman he is here this week. He's really been fishing two different ways, fishing shallow, close to the shoreline, back in some pockets and some isolated areas, and then also fishing shallow offshore. Not over about 5 or 6 feet deep, even though some of his fish, probably about 3/4 of the fish he weighed in yesterday were half mile to a mile offshore, but still fishing less than 7 feet deep.
He's been close so many times in the past. Brock Mosley, a 4-time Elite Series bridesmaid. Can today finally be the day?
Yeah, I think everyone's pulling for Brock Mosley at least a little bit. Even maybe Jason Christie's thinking if I don't win, no, Jason Christie's not thinking that.
No way.
Jason Christie is here to win in every event that he enters. But Brock Mosley, having a great career, still a young angler, came here from the college ranks and it's really done well, but gosh, 4 second-place finishes. We hope today is not his 5th. Slow start for him today. Talked to him a little bit yesterday. He said, I've been fortunate enough to get off to a good start, having 1 or 2 good solid fish in my live well early. Hasn't happened for him so far today, but here's the deal. He's fishing shallow. It could get better as the water temperature rises this afternoon.
This is Brock Mosley's 13th top 10, but one of the most feared names in professional bass fishing. And definitely the rest of our top 10 was a little nervous for your Bassmaster Classic champion, Jason Christie, in the mix and within a pound of the lead going out this morning.
Yeah, Jason Christie has been here before, and he is one of the best closers, no doubt, on the Elite Series. Had a probably the worst tournament in his career at Santee Cooper Lakes right after the Classic. Certainly understandable, but you knew he was not going to have many bad tournaments because he never does. And what's so neat about Jason Christie, you see, wow, he's fishing boat docks just like he won the Classic. Fishing a lot of shallow water cover just like the Classic. But if you look at his career, he has won tournaments with all smallmouth. He has won tournaments offshore. He is the total package, but the best asset for Jason Christie, in my opinion, he knows how to finish.
He sure does. Now, out live to another Elite Series champion, Wisconsin's Caleb Kuffal, keeping his second top 10 in a row. And man, he talks about it, Davey. He says, I fish the way I fish, and when I fish, when the fishery matches my style, it works out much better than chasing other techniques. He is definitely committed, and which is kind of a throwback. You know, we often talk about you got to be super versatile to make it here, but he has made a big impact on the Elite Series, fishing the way he loves to fish.
He really has, and it's a great aerial view here, the Humminbird bird's eye view. You can see he's fishing boat docks, and this is what he has been doing all week long, methodically moving around these docks, fishing the outer edges all the way up to less than a foot of water. Some of his fish yesterday came super, super shallow. When you have low water conditions like this, you look for the best available cover in the water.
Right, let's go.
Very surprising to me that we didn't see more people like Caleb fishing these boat docks.
So Caleb's going to make a move there.
Hey, if you've noticed Jason Christie, he's fishing boat docks also, but Jason seems to fish between the docks with a vibrating jig or sometimes a spinnerbait. Caleb's just really kind of been skipping, kicks the trolling motor on high speed right here and goes to the next dock, not fishing in between the docks very much. And some of Jason's key fish have come between these docks. You see a little bit of cover in the water there that Caleb really just passes by. But Jason is really fishing the docks, but he's fishing in between those docks, picking up some fish also.
How often in tournaments is it just that finite little detail like that? You know, Christie, one of the things he keyed in the Classic was the very end of the boat docks.
Yes.
Does it always come down to just one little hint like that?
It's amazing how something like that can make the difference in winning and you know, having a top 10, not necessarily between winning and having a terrible tournament, but just the difference between winning and having a top 10. It's all about being efficient with your time. These anglers have the same amount of time each day. You want to keep those baits in the right places and eliminate those areas that don't have fish in them.
Let's make a move to Carl Jacobson, a guy who made a move from Toowoomba, Australia. Could have lived anywhere in America, and he chose right here in Tennessee, not far, 30 minutes from here. And it's because of this particular body of water and just how close it is to so many incredible fisheries.
He never got the hooks.
Oh, that's
It was a 5-pounder.
it's live, and he
It was
just
a
missed
big
one.
fish. Saw the whole thing. Saw the whole thing.
Jacobson has
Ate it. She just didn't get the hooks. She might eat again. Oh man, I just got to do this all day. That's what I wanted to see. 5 of them bites, you can win if they stick.
He's played a game all week of high risk and high reward. And the reward days are a lot of fun.
Yes.
But the risk days, they're no fun whatsoever.
It's just really difficult. I've been in this situation before. He's the day one leader. You think, gosh, he's doing everything right, but this is day 2. He had just as many bites, probably a bigger average fish. Really should have come in or could have possibly come in had he been able to land these fish. in with over 25 pounds on day 2. Instead, he comes in with 3 fish. Could have had a big lead, but you see the clouds here on day 2. You see a little bit of wind, but not a lot. Day 1, we had more wind throughout the day than day 2. Here's another one.
Oh, no! It's all going perfect.
All going perfect until it doesn't.
Yes, joint!
And it's just, you have days like that. And this is a bait, and we talked about it earlier in the week. You just don't see many 3- and 4-day events that you can fish a high-risk, high-reward bait like that. And today's conditions, certainly not the best for that big swim bait. I mean, just the fish can see the bait just too good.
Out with Carl Jacobson live.
Yeah. Not too much to report on, guys. It's been a slow morning, but I just moved up shallow, started throwing the glide, and literally in 5 minutes, a 5-pounder just came up and ate it. And I went to set the hook, and she just never had it. Just pulled into her, just perfect. Didn't pull it away from her, and she just didn't have it. She just never got the hooks. But this is what this cold water's going to do. But it kind of gave me, at least it gave me some hope that they're going to actually attempt to eat it. It's cold, so I've got to work it real slow. I feel confident, like at any stage when the sun gets up, they could start feeling good, and it's not how you want it to hit the water. And they could get on these lay downs and start like setting up to where they feel like eating. So I'm just pitching this around real in tight, like dangerous territory. The game is trying to put it where some people wouldn't throw a jig. I'm throwing a glide. And that's exactly, I had a little gap tree, pitched it in, and she just came out and ate it. Textbook, how I've been getting bit, but she just didn't get the hooks. That first day, that temp was right. They were just eating it, so everyone got the hooks, and it's gradually gotten tougher, but I just don't know how else to get a bite, so I'm gonna die on my sword. And if I run into them, I run into them. I'm gonna keep adjusting, keep moving, trying different banks, different areas. And it can happen fast. It can happen real quick, and that's why I'm sticking with it.
The speed that it can happen, that's part of the addiction to this bait. I mean, it can be so bad, but when it is good, it is so good. And we have watched Carl Jacobson go up and down like a teeter-totter all week long. It's an emotional roller coaster, not just for us, but for his family watching right now. Carl Jacobson has all of Australia tuned in right now, but the guy atop the leaderboard is our reigning and defending Bassmaster Classic champion, Jason Christie from Park Hill, Oklahoma.
Whoa! Look at the size of that bass!
Live coverage of the Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite at Lake Chickamauga is sponsored by Toyota.
Welcome back to our on-location coverage here in beautiful Dayton, Tennessee. It is the best day of the week. It is Championship Sunday at the Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite at Chickamauga Lake. And for the first time this week during competition, the sun is out, the wind is not blowing, we don't see any snow, any hail. It is exactly what you expect to see when you come here to the great state of Tennessee. This time of year anyways, but spring seems to have finally arrived. People didn't think it was coming here, but it has finally arrived here today. But unfortunately, we all wished for the better weather, but nobody talked to the fish. A little bit tougher fishing here today, Davey Hyde, and that'll look of our playing field. You see our anglers pretty spread out. It's not like one area is dominating this tournament.
Yeah, that's a good thing for these anglers. With only 10 on the water today, it's still good for them to spread out and not be fishing around one another. We saw a lot of that earlier in the event where a lot of those anglers were back in these backwaters, real shallow water. A fair amount of the fish here on Lake Chickamauga were actually spawning, but the water temperature has dropped each and every day. The good thing about this sun and low winds today, it really should warm up this afternoon and the fish start biting better.
But the bad news is, for the rest of our anglers, our reigning Bassmaster Classic champion, Jason Christie, is your leader.
Better when it's slick. All the everything off the bank, the little, I mean, that's literally a lot of what I caught fish on. Just you'll see something there.
Little choppy audio there, but as I said, nobody, everyone likes Jason Christie, a very popular guy with all the anglers, but nobody was real excited to see him in the top 10 because, man, what an incredible track record of being a closer. And one of the stats that Such threw out this morning that just blew me away, his Bassmaster career, 1 in every 13 Bassmaster events he fishes, he wins. Yes. And if he wins today, that drops to 1 out of every 12.
That's really incredible. That's really incredible. But what he was trying to say there just a second ago, I think, gives you a good idea of why he's so successful. Instead of saying, man, I need the wind to blow like it's been doing, I've been, caught 20 pounds yesterday, he said, with these calm conditions, I can see better. I can see the cover off the bank a little bit. I can see those shadows where a stump may be or a piece of brush and that sort of thing. He stays focused and fishes the conditions really, really well. That's what he did at Bassmaster Classic to win just about a month ago. And he just has that positive attitude and, determination to win no matter what he's dealt.
Jason Christie, not just our reigning defending Classic champion, not just our tournament leader. He is VMC on point, and what a morning he has had on Championship Sunday. Here's how it started.
Jason Christie started a little before he had been starting, not quite as far up Hiawassee there. Said the fog was a little too thick, so I'm going to start somewhere that he said he had fished a few years before, but not any this week in practice or the tournament. Well, it was definitely VMC on point start for Jason Christie. He came out swinging with about a 4.5 pounder, maybe 5 pounder, a couple other keepers. When a lot of the other anglers were just thinking, man, I can't wait for that sun to actually get up and these fish will start biting. Jason Christie started catching fish immediately. And he's fishing very similar to a lot of the other anglers, fishing shallow water cover. Only one other angler in our top 10, Caleb Kuffal, fishing docks as much as Jason Christie. But the key for him is he's not fished around other anglers. We really was concerned about the amount of anglers that Brock Mosley and Daisuke were fishing around, if that would catch up with them. It sort of looks like that so far today.
One of the things you are going to hear a lot about today, people talking about high pressure, low pressure. Riddle me this, Davey. Give me the Cole's notes on how does that affect the fish?
Well, this time of the year, we heard Carl talking about the water temperature rising this afternoon. Fish are cold-blooded. These largemouth bass, smallmouth bass, spotted bass that they're trying to catch are cold-blooded. So the water temperature certainly affects them, but barometric pressure also affects them. And the higher the pressure, the less these fish seem to want to chase this time of the year. More winds, low pressure, those fish will chase baits. But now with these calm, high-pressure conditions, you see more soft plastics, more jigs, not quite as much. And I would really be surprised if we don't see Jason Christie this afternoon fishing the jig a little more than the vibrating jig, that casting and reeling, but actually letting that bait sit on the bottom around these isolated targets.
A good look at current 1 and 2. And Brock Mosley kind of said on stage, he mentioned Christie right away. I said, what's the biggest problem going in tomorrow? And he said, Jason Christie, because I have 4 seconds, and half of them are to Jason Christie.
That's really incredible. I certainly did not know that this morning. But that's why he mentioned Jason Christie's name on stage. He was already thinking about him yesterday. But, it'd be a great way to get the Jason Christie gorilla off your back. But it's not easy to get that gorilla off your back because, like you mentioned, he certainly knows how to win. That's incredible. Every 1 in 13 Bassmaster events he has won. I can, just off the top of my head, think about names of anglers that are legendary in our sport that won one event in their whole career, not 1 every 13. That's absolutely incredible.
And that's what makes him one of the most feared anglers out there. I asked him at takeoff, that was my straight up question. I said, hey, you're the classic champion. You've accomplished so much. Poor Brock wants to win his first elite, but would you just give it to him? And he said, well, I'm hoping not to.
Absolutely. But all champions, all great competitors in any sport, we're both sports fans, you know, not just fishing, but all other sports. They all have that same mentality. They all have that same mentality.
Here I go.
I mean, I was that way with my kids. They could beat me in basketball when they could beat me. Not when my wife wanted me to let them win at 5 years old. You know, when they were 16, they realized, hey, I actually beat Dad. You just have that mentality if you're a competitor. If somebody's going to beat you, they're going to earn it. You shake their hand. I'm sure Jason Christie would shake Brock's hand if he was able to beat him today. But he certainly does not want to give it to him.
That big bait, whether it be a swim bait, a glider, why has it played such a big role in this tournament while we're watching Drew Benton right now?
We talk about the shad spawn a lot. A little later in the year, threadfin shad are in most of our fisheries. And everyone really keys in on that because it's so obvious what's going on when those threadfin shad are spawning. But the gizzard shad spawn earlier in colder weather. This is the time of the year in these colder conditions, earlier conditions, where those gizzard shad spawn. And that's what those big fish, right before they go and spawn, they'll really key in on those big gizzard shad. And that's totally why this is all playing out that way this week. Those bigger glide baits that imitate those bigger bait fish, in this case gizzard shad, there's certain times of the year when they're better than others, and this is certainly a time where those fish are really prone to want to eat those gizzard shad, those bigger glide baits.
Now over to Clifford Perch. He's won the U.S. Open 3 times. Has a victory here on this body of water and 7-time Bassmaster Classic qualifier.
Clifford Perch does a good job settling in on a small area of the lake. Sometimes it may be just right outside the off limits around takeoff, and in this case it's all the way down on the other end of Lake Chickamauga. But he really settles in on one area and tries to dissect it with a lot of different baits. He does a great job. You see here with a spinning rod, he's looking at his forward-facing sonar. Just a few minutes ago, we saw him 100 yards from here fishing the bank around a lot of shallow brush.
I can see him on there. Hung the trash, whatever it is down there, but I can see a few fish on it. I'm sure somebody's catching them, but I'm watching them not bite my bait that they've been biting the last few days.
This is one of the few events in the last year that I don't remember anyone doing really well using the forward-facing technology.
Good point.
Not anyone in the top 10 that I know of that's really relied on it this week. That's an exception rather than the rule these days.
But that can't be, Davey. I read on the internet that you can't make it in this sport without that. I mean,
talk to Caleb Kuffal about that a little bit, and Jason Christie.
Ironically, having both incredible seasons and lots more fishing ahead here today. Championship Sunday. It's going to go right down to the wire as it always does. Our unofficial leader right now, your Bassmaster Classic champion, Jason Christie. And our day 3 leader has slipped to second. And Daisuke Aoki always in the top 3. We'll see how it all works out as we follow the section all day long. We're going to crown our 4th Elite Series champion of the season this afternoon.
Whoa! Look at the size of that bass!
Live coverage of the Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite at Lake Chickamauga is sponsored by Toyota.
Welcome back, Championship Sunday. As you see, a good aerial shot of Mark Zona's vacation home, and that's Caleb Kuffal.
One of many.
Oh yeah, I mean, it's spread out throughout the country. But a beautiful day here, and have a look at our TH Marine Weather Watch. Currently 50 degrees and mostly sunny, and it's getting warmer and warmer by the second. It is everything that our anglers have asked for. If you've tuned into any of the weigh-ins all week, they've said, we need the weather to get better. Well, it got better, but the fishing seems a little tougher. But our day 1 leader, Carl Jacobson, already won Elite Series title, but he's trying to get his second by relying on the big bait.
I'm just running totally new water. I'm just trying to get a clue. I'm fishing bluffs, inside creeks, just stuff that I haven't even gone near. I'm in the back right now of like a major creek, but I think I'm gonna move all the way to the front and try and see if those like pre-spawners are like just gonna slide in. You just kind of got to hit, you know, it's only one thing. It's like a little tiny clue. You're like, okay, that's where they want to be. And that's what I'm looking for right now. At some stage today, they're going to bite, and I've just got to, I've got to be in the right area when that happens. And I've been in the back all morning, and it just hasn't really gone down. And so now I'm going to go to the front. Man, look at all that bait. Oof, bunch of bait. Wow. Bunch of shad all around the end of this tree. It's a good sign. Once you're not getting bites, you got to just start moving. Like, you've got to start. I slowed way down, tried to grind bites where I knew I could get by, I thought I could get bites. And once you stop getting bites and now you're not getting bites, you just got to sort of keep moving, keep adjusting until you get one, until something gives you a clue. And I know big ones are going to bite this glide or the big paddle tail at some stage today. I just got to put it in as many different areas as I can until one of them shows me where they're at. It's just been such a wild temperature swing. These fish don't know what's going on. Sleeting yesterday, freezing cold this morning, but then gonna get to over 70. Crazy. When they're thinking about spawning, that's not what you want.
Carl Jacobson trying to chase down the Elite Series title, but he's already got one. And man, what a wake-up call he sent to Australia. A championship Sunday that is truly unforgettable, Davey Height.
Unforgettable. I was actually there on 10 Killer Lake when Carl Jacobson won that event, and I had chills. I was so excited. He's such a positive angler. To see him raise that first blue trophy was just incredible to watch.
An incredible event, and it took an incredible amount of will and determination to literally move across the world to chase
Look
his
at that
dream.
thing. That could be a $100,000 fish right there. Waited my whole life to catch that fish. Whew, man, I can't tell you what I'm feeling right now. Oh. That's a lifetime, a dedication, passion. I'm just loving the game. That's the way you do it. Far out. Had to get myself together.
Big bass, big stage, big dreams, and they don't come any bigger than that. Everything he's overcome, not just skill-wise, but geographically to be here.
Yeah, it's absolutely incredible. To hear him say, I've waited my whole life to catch that fish, I mean, that's so awesome to see someone's dreams come true.
You know what I didn't wait my whole life for? He made me eat that, what's that stuff the Australian folks like to put on toast? It is the most, I'm trying to think of the name, but it is the most putrid thing you'll ever put. Nobody outside of Australia even likes it, but the Australians, they love it. and they do love Carl Jacobson. Vegemite, that's it.
Never had any. Never had any.
From Carl Jacobson, we'll make a move over to a 7-time Bassmaster Classic qualifier. The Golden Ram, Clifford Perch, has a victory on this. My phone is blowing up with people telling me Vegemite. I got it, folks. Relax.
See Clifford Perch here fishing, using his forward-facing sonar, just as we talked about it. Not a lot of anglers this week using it as much as we see quite often. He's just really spent at least part of all 4 days in this one area, catching a lot of his fish, and he's hooked up here.
Oh, it's big. It's a giant. It's a giant. It's a giant. Come here. Yes, yes.
Oh boy.
Wow.
That's a
Seen
big
it
one.
live. Skeeter Boats, big fish alert. Guess who?
Clifford Perch, 5 pound, 4 ounce. Gosh, that fish looks a little bigger than that. They always look bigger to me on the Skeeter Boats,
Me
big
too.
fish
I'm
alert.
happy about that one.
Good solid fish. And just as we were talking about the forward-facing sonar not
Gee,
being as
Merry
big a
Christmas.
player,
I
he
kept
catches one
watching them
using
big
it. But
things
that's the
sitting
first
down
one I
there
think
not
we've seen so
biting.
far today.
Finally bit. That's a big one. We'll get them in their water, and then we'll get a weight on them. Let me see.
It's really amazing to see these anglers. Some like to move and cover water, like Carl Jacobson would say, when things slow down, I just want to move.
My very last one this week. I'm running out of them. I'm gonna have to start nose hooking the trash worms. But it's a new little finesse worm we're working on with Big Bite Baits. It's a hand pour with their new plastic called Sensation, and it's really good. We thought it was gonna be great for smallmouth, and the largemouth really like it too. So I'm pretty excited about that. And I'm excited about that fish catch. That was a nice one. There's nothing like catching a 5-pounder.
He's getting all the alerts. All the alerts.
Yes.
It is a 2-alarm alert, because not only has he got your Skeeter Boats Big Fish Alert, it is your Power Pole replay of the day. And the Golden Ram trying to get his first Elite Series title.
Giant.
Clifford Perch settling down in basically one area for all 4 days. A lot to offer in a marina, though. You've got cover from the shoreline all the way out over, in this case, over 20 feet of water. So good fish there for Clifford Perch. Certainly my vote for Power Pole replay of the day. Being very efficient in a small area. Fishing jigs, a lot of moving baits. In this case, a drop shot soft plastic worm. Saw that fish on his forward-facing sonar and got it to bite.
Davey Heidi said he's running out of those worms. Why is it? Give me your professional opinion that no matter, you can have dozens of packages of baits, but the one bait that you have 2 packages of or you're running low on is always the bait that the fish eat.
For some reason, as fishermen, I think we like to use what we don't have many of, and that's what causes that dilemma. But, you know, if you've got a couple hundred worms or Cincos, you never use those. It's the one that you just have a few of this color left. Jason Christie fishing more shoreline than I thought this time of the day with the high sun we'd be seeing from him. I thought he might focus in on the boat docks a little more, but we did hear him say he's able to see more cover offshore because of the high sun that we've had and seeing some of those stumps that he hasn't been able to see the previous 3 days.
I'm pretty sure that Clifford Perch heard you say that forward-facing sonar is not playing a big role in this, and he said, I will show you Davey Height.
Hey, I'll take it. I'd like to see another 5-pounder real soon.
I think the only guy I'd like to see that more than you is Clifford Perch himself. A big fish for Clifford Perch, currently in 8th place, and all of them trying to chase down our defending Bassmaster Classic champion, Jason Christie.
Whoa! Look at the size of that bass!
Live coverage of the Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite at Lake Chickamauga is sponsored by Toyota.
There's no better day than Championship Sunday, my favorite day of the week. A great aerial view of Matt Robertson as he tries to chase down his first Elite Series victory. 3-time Bassmaster Classic qualifier. Qualified for the first Classic through the Bassmaster Weekend Series, the last 2 through the Elite Series, and he already has a Bassmaster Open win, but still chasing down his first Elite Series victory. But one thing he has accomplished in tenfold is the man bun. He brought it back to the sport, and earlier this week, it looked like nothing could stop him.
Been a great tournament, no doubt. Seeing him change up what he's doing here this week. If you're just tuning in and haven't watched each and every day like we have, this is a great example here, looking at the Humminbird bird's eye view of Matt Robertson. He's been fishing offshore the entire tournament for at least the first half of the day. Yesterday it was even all the way up until about the last hour, and then he would move into some like steeper sloping banks, fishing very different than most of the field, but you see him looks very similar to what we've been watching a lot of the anglers all week, fishing this shallow water cover. And here's the big problem with it. You can see most of it is out of the water. So you take 9 of the best anglers in the world fishing this very limited shallow water cover. By day 4, it gets out there sometimes. But I don't blame him for mixing it up a little bit. He just hasn't had the start on this final day that he wanted to. He would be better off than some of these other anglers that have been fishing this throughout the week, but we'll see. He'll probably keep it honest fishing offshore, not fishing deep, fishing 3 to about 3/4 ounce bait. Matt Robertson currently in 6th place. Oh, he really wants a win here. Not far from his home. Fishes the Tennessee River a lot. But to be honest with you, I think for his chance to win, he'll have to stay out there fishing on that main river, those areas that haven't been fished as much this week by other anglers.
He wants a win, but one of the things that stands out to me week after week, we get to Sunday, and there's almost a freedom you hear from the anglers because they have so much pressure on them. It doesn't matter how good you caught them on day 1. If you don't catch them day 2, that goes away. And then, of course, day 3. But when we finally get down to our top 10, you can't really drop much. So there is a freeing feeling, pressure to win, but not pressure to fall.
Yeah, there is. And I heard that again this morning. Most of the anglers will say that. Do you ever hear Jason Christie say that? It's like
really
time to really laser focus in to win. Because there again, yeah, you can't fall much, but you only have so many shots to win. Jason Christie takes advantage of it when he does have a shot, but you don't hear him say, oh, I'm just going to have fun today. I've already made some money this week. I've made a top 10, won't lose many points. And that probably, is not what the rest of the field wanted, is for Jason to have a bad tournament at Santee Cooper, because now he is totally just focused on winning each and every event. Points not an issue with him.
Now over to Caleb Kuffal, a man who does his talking at the scales.
Good solid fish for him. He's one of the anglers I guess, most consistent that we've had, catching the 3 and 4 pounders this week. A lot of the anglers, you know, have caught a big one, you know, a 6, 7, 8 pounder, even a, you know, we saw a 10 pounder weighed in, and some 9 pounders, but not seen him catch a big one. A lot of real solid 3 to 5 pounders for Caleb.
Here's something neat about him. One of the campers, you know, lives on the road, still sleeps in the back of his truck. And I asked him, you know, you've won an elite, why? And he said, I really think it helps me be a better angler. He's like, it's not comfortable living in the back of a truck. He said, I don't want to spend any time in there. I go in there to sleep, and outside of that, I want to focus my efforts on the water. So kind of a boot camp approach to bass angling.
More power to him is all I can say. I think I'm a better angler when I can sleep in a bed.
Yep. Got a lot of work to do.
Two fish in the live well so far for Caleb Kuffal. Two fish in the boat so far for Caleb Kuffal, but his mornings have been slow. It's just starting to get to the prime time for him. But man, it was foggy this morning, and these next few fish catches are going to give you an idea of just how much our day has changed. Obviously clearing up. Clifford Perch started catching them on forward-facing sonar just to bug you, Davey.
Yeah, absolutely. The first one we've seen on live this week, so I'll take that one. And obviously, it's a really nice fish that he saw. But the man of the day so far has certainly been Jason Christie, catching a lot of his fish on his very first stop this morning.
Well, Jason Christie is the man that would be sitting in our Yeti hot seat right now if we were doing our weigh-in. The weigh-in happens this afternoon at 3 p.m. Eastern, where everything becomes official. It all goes down, our top 10. And right there, as you see, Jason Christie, your reigning defending Bassmaster Classic champion, searching for win number 8, and he's comfortably sitting in the Yeti hot seat.
Whoa! Look at the size of that bass!
You're watching a Fox Sports presentation of B.A.S.S.
Easter Sunday night on Fox. It's the most unpredictable race of the year.
It is.
When Bristol meets 20,000 truckloads of dirt and chaos reigns under the lights. The NASCAR Bristol Dirt Race. Easter Sunday night at 7 Eastern on Fox and the Fox Sports app.
You're going to trench in and grab you some of that, aren't you, Tommy Sanders, on Easter night?
Easter night? Well, that's the best way to cap the
I like them weird Easter, those like lamb sheep cake things. You know what I mean?
Now, sheep cake, right?
No, they're in the shape of like a little lamb with like a gummy nose. They're really weird with coconut hair.
Well, I got to get me one of those. I've never heard of that
very
before.
Strange.
We've heard of Jason Christie, though. He won the World Championship earlier this year, and he's gone to the very top of the leaderboard, a big lead, 7 pounds. But, as Ronnie Moore pointed out, he's only got 12.5 pounds. I mean, there's plenty of time for these other guys to fill in behind him and, like you say, make it a good little tussle at the end of the day, Mark Zone.
Yes, and it's very fair to say, though, we're starting to get into, it's crunch time, Tommy Sanders, and we thought this morning, Jason Christie coming out with a fast limit, how critical that was going to be. That is starting to look huge right now. We're going to reach all the way back to day number 2. Carl Jacobson has been He's been the story, the tale of 2 different sides of this tournament so far. Day 1, so good. Day 2, not so good.
No, just a perfect storm of everything that could go wrong.
Yes. It's a day that truly took the rig into the ditch all day long, and really, really strong day 1 stringer, throwing this big glide bait. Everything went right on day number 1. We said that earlier today. Everything that could have gone wrong on day number 2, it did for Carl Jacobson, especially this.
Oh, no!
And then this.
Yes, Giant! Stay on, baby. Stay on.
No.
Fish, you lose fish. That happens during a day of competition, but to have a snap swivel randomly get pinched close and lose one, that's just brutal.
That's earlier today, and it feels like one of those ditch days so far with Carl.
Yeah.
It really does.
Yeah, unfortunately, but he, there's a guy who doesn't give up out there no matter what happens, and that's Carl Jacobson for sure.
But it's good to have a into the ditch day on the final
Absolutely.
day when you made the top 10.
We didn't say. He had a really, really solid stringer yesterday. 18 pounds of fish, anchored with a 6 and a 7 pounder.
To point that out.
The problem with this, and we talked about it early today, is you are not going to get many shots on goal. You're not going to get many bites, and the ones you do get bit by need to be in the boat. Captain Obvious.
Yeah.
Ouch.
No.
4 pounder, 4.5. Like a good fish. It's a clue. It's a clue. Had her on. Had her on. That's 2 for 9 pounds. We're down. Oh, savage. Man, just knew, just slow down with the paddle tail, just got the bend going. The big 8-inch. Slow rolled it and just tong off of a bluff. It was the right bite. It was the right bite. She came off. It's a clue. Gosh, ate it.
Nearly impossible, and a lot of our viewers here on FS1 that hardcore and follow Bassmaster Elite Series, it is so hard to do that for 4 days. It looks really good a couple days of a tournament, but as Ronnie said, if there's ever a day to gamble, obviously it's the final day of the tournament. You know, if you're trying to play catch-up ball with guys like Brock Mosley and Jason Christie, that is the way to do it.
But you don't want to have a tally going of counting how many and how much weight you don't have versus what's in your live well. You don't want to be saying 2 for 9 right there that you don't have. That's not a good way.
Man, it was a good bite.
Carl's still looking for his first keeper today. It has been painfully slow for all but one of our top 10 out there today.
Here's one. Let me throw a little stat out there. I'm not real good with stats, but Carl is the only one in our top 10 that did not catch his daily 5 bass limit. On day number 2, that footage that we showed you, he only weighed in 4 bass that day. Everybody else has caught 5 bass every day of this tournament in our top 10. And we're going to see that today
Strongest branch.
here on Championship Sunday. I'm going to tell you that only half of our anglers are going to catch a 5 bass limit today. It's that
really.
It is that grimy right now.
So stick around and enjoy. This is going to be great.
Exactly.
Great dramatic final day.
It will. No, that's what's going to make it good.
Biggest bag of the day wins?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely. Even though it's a cumulative weight throughout 4 days, whoever catches the biggest stringer, we talked about that at the end of the day yesterday on Bassmaster Live, they're going to win this tournament.
Mosley getting serious, busted out the Ole Miss colors there. So.
Yeah, it's his final day custom jersey. Some guys have, like Hank Cherry has a red jersey he dons, kind of like Tiger Woods. Every single time he makes a money cut, you know, a check for day 3 or day 4, he wears red. For Brock, he dons the Oxford light blue.
I don't think we see the red with Tiger today.
No.
I don't see that.
But he
would need to have one of his best. Yeah, he's gonna wear it.
He'll wear it. He'll
but
wear
it's
it.
not like
whether you see it or
in
not.
a featured group red. Yes.
No, it won't be late in the day when you see it probably, but hey, hats off to him for coming back from
That's
what he
incredible.
did.
You know, hats off to you. Hold on.
What? Wait a
hold on.
minute.
Listen,
No.
Listen, Ronnie will take you to the woodshed, but
Days
seriously,
1 through 3. Day 4, I've been nothing but nice.
Hold up.
Nothing but nice.
You won fantasy fishing for the planet, the last event. Number
Safety
one.
Cooper Lakes, yeah.
Number one.
Yeah.
You picked Cam Smith in the Masters, which as of right now, not bad, friend.
No, that was a good pick. That was a good
Really
pick.
good pick.
Great thing about this tournament, we have gotten to see, maybe not expectedly, but we've gotten to see so many different approaches that worked for different anglers out there. And Dice Aoki doing something completely different from just about everyone else.
Yeah, really, we thought that this was the only game that he had. It's the small little backwater, had to go through a culvert to get back into this backwater with a lot of other competitors on day number 1. Hardly anybody in there on day 2. And he caught some very solid quality, but it kind of tapered out. And then after that, his little shallow water hump in the Chester Frost area paying big dividends for his highest finish here on the Bassmaster Elite Series.
Yes! Yes! Woo! No change.
This is day 3.
Maybe pico.
And really, this was exponentially his best number day of this tournament. No real giants, nothing over 5 pounds, but a lot of fish that size. And it's weird. All of us, Davey, you, Ronnie, everybody, we all thought that this little hump in Chester Frost was going to potentially pay off in a big way today, especially with that light line, and that has not been the case for Aoki.
4 pounder. Talk is good. Yeah. Boy. Female.
Being left alone in there, like in the case of Christie, been an advantage in the last couple of days. And this was earlier today with Aoki.
Yeah, and that's in that same spot. And you kind of thought to yourself, well, here we go. He's, guaranteed we're going to see another minimum 15 pounds with Aoki. And that was it on that little offshore hump earlier today. Got to see him go into Harrison Bay.
You really don't know this time of the year. I mean, that is a great place that should replenish, an offshore hump that's not super deep. Fish can spawn up there, fish can come and go.
Maybe.
But with as many weather changes as we had, you don't know where, I don't know where they're transitioning to. What places are going to replenish on Chickamauga?
Denny Brower, one of our friends of the Bassmaster Elite Series, Bassmaster Live, and Denny's not scared to do a little armchair quarterbacking on a championship Sunday.
He's got standing to do that.
He absolutely does. If Denny Brower talks, you listen. He said,
winner here.
This lake has gone to pain in the last 2 hours.
That's a pretty good way to sum it up. That's,
Yeah. Welcome to the Pain Cave. My name's Denny. I'll be your armchair quarterback.
Pushing into the final 4 hours of fishing out there today. At the end of it all, we will have a champion, come what may. Right now, it's looking, better for Jason Christie with each passing moment. We will be right back.
Whoa! Look at the size of that bass!
Live coverage of the Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite at Lake Chickamauga is sponsored by Toyota.
Thoroughly anticipated by all, this trip to Lake Chickamauga on the Tennessee River for the Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite, because one of the reasons is Dayton. This hosts, there are certain, and very few of them, totally bass fishing cities in the United States. Dayton, Tennessee is one of them.
And if you really look at how the fishing's been, looking at about a 4-pound average that it's going to take somewhere near a 4-pound average to win this tournament. Can you imagine with the warm-up that's coming in the next 10 days, how incredible the fishing will be on Chickamauga? If they've done this in possibly the most miserable April conditions you could have on this body of water, boy, you're going to take a trip to Dayton, it'd probably be in about 7 to 10 days. This whole lake is going to implode in a very big way. Bassmaster Live.
Calm before the storm. Some of the scenes from yesterday's weigh-in featuring the guys who made it through from 94 all the way to the top 10, including our leader right there, Jason Christie. Crispy. Excuse me. Yeah, no. Dice K-I-O-K. Jason Christie, of course.
Kickball.
Brock Mosley started the day with the lead. 20 pounds for Brock, and he's been right at 19 for the rest of it. So super solid, but having trouble getting back on that timetable today.
And the one thing to really watch for, if there's anything that you could see setting up a lot of these fish positioning, the one thing that has been consistent the last couple days on Chickamauga are these. We talked about Vinny Brower, a Bassmaster Classic champion. Look for the boat docks, really, with what we've seen so far on Chickamauga. It looks like the rest of the body of water is going to be painful at best. Look for the boat docks to be a big player from here out to the end of tournament.
These guys have been up against it all week long as we join you from the Bassmaster Studios, sponsored by Marathon, where Ron Moore has been said that Ron Moore is going to spring a little surprise on us, a little gift.
Trying to whip it up over here, Tommy, for the screen of knowledge with some of those. We've been talking about the baits. You said at Z, probably the moving baits are going to probably die off today, and you're going to have to slow down. But I wanted to bring a treat, one of our segments we like to do called the Berkeley Right Bait Right Time. And this was from yesterday. And earlier in this event, Hunter Shryock, Berkeley angler, had one on the bed, and oh my God, boom! Landing on his back, but landing this bass, obviously, we got to do a little slow-mo for you. See, Z, perfect hook set, great form there, trying to step off, and boom! I mean, hit the deck. Hit it hard too. His rods bounced off the deck, but.
That is such a treat.
I'll play it again.
In all honesty, is that he actually flawlessly ended up landing that fish.
You normally you lose it every time that happens, but Hunter Shryock,
what a treat.
Berkeley, right bait obviously because that fish held on to it, and right time, maybe not right landing, but it worked.
Did not give that fish 1 inch of slack. That's the way you do a fall, a pratfall on the boat.
Exactly.
You know, one thing to rewind and look at what has transpired today. We talked about whoever was able to make hay in those low light conditions when that fog was obviously apparent, very thick fog early this morning. We made the comment, whoever can execute as grimy as this day is going to be with the lack of wind was going to be. The best thing that happened was Jason Christie having fog in front of him and taking a left-hand turn and fishing somewhere he had not this entire tournament. That fog is going to end up in some way, shape, or form being the most critical factor for Christie taking that left-hand turn.
In the moment decision.
Yes.
Yeah. That kind of sounds like an old Bassmaster Classic where Rick Clunn at the Kissimmee chain run into his spot in the fog, thought he was fishing his spot, was not, and landed on the winning pot of fish there.
Any deeper out there than it is in here.
But there are listen, if you really think about it, there are so many anglers that would say to themselves, I have to get to where I have caught them the last 3 days.
Stayed in here the whole
Even if I have to idle to it, I will get to where I caught them. To take a left-hand turn, put your trolling motor down somewhere you've not made a cast. Sometimes it's meant to be. Yeah. Happens to him a lot, it's meant to be.
Yeah, it seems to. What a coincidence.
But how slow is it? In the 4 hours, we've had 17 fish caught, less than 40 pounds. Day 2, we were averaging 150 pounds an hour. Of course, we had a lot more anglers.
Right, there was 40 more guys.
Yeah, that's
tune in and enjoy. The rest of this day is going to be great, Tommy. I mean, it's got to go up from here, right?
Where else is it going to go? Don't answer that.
But to put it in perspective, though, we said that. Jason Christie did get off to a great start, the only angler with a limit in our top 10. 12 pounds, 10 ounces on Bass Track, even if that's low and it's 13 and a half, 14 tops. Brock Mosley, our leader, had a 6-ounce lead on him. He still only needs 14 pounds, which would be 4 to 5 pounds worse than his worst day. And so,
well, he's headed for that.
He is headed for his worst weight day, but it's still very salvageable. He doesn't need 20 pounds to win this event. They're going to need just an average bag this week. But this afternoon, the last hour, we saw Brock catch a key one last hour, a 4-pounder, and we saw Christie catch a 6-pounder yesterday last hour to be in position.
Yeah, it's far from done here, that is for sure.
Yeah, it is the perfect storm to go down to the last hour in this right now because listening to Dave and Davey on the Dave and Davey show for an hour, it is starting to warm up in a big way there. You could tell. This is the first time in about 3.5 days anglers starting to take their jackets off. We did not get to see this the first 3 days of this tournament.
Matt Robertson, day 2 leader. Having his first really good elite event of the year.
Come on, dude. Really?
One fish. Matt Robertson's live well. He's been culling every day this time of the day.
Huge improvement for him this week. Like you said, his first good event of the season was 75th out of 94 in our Angler of the Year race, our progressive Angler of the Year season-long point standing. With his top 10 this week, he's moved up to 49th. Now he's in the right outside
there.
the Classic cut with arguably a couple tournaments coming up that could be in his wheelhouse, just like this one was.
Back to Carl Jacobson. You certainly want to see him catch one on the big bait.
Carl's had a pretty good move up the AOY list this week as well, Ron. He started 66. He's right at our classic bubble at 42nd right now.
If we don't catch anything at all, we might head back to that grass early, fish that for the last 45 minutes or so, if we don't have a limit. But
did you expect it to be this tough?
yeah, I mean, it's been tough every day. It does seem like every day though I end up getting on one stretch that I catch them on. I catch 2 or 3 in a row, and they're decent fish. Like yesterday, I caught like a 3 1/4, 3 1/2, within a half an hour or so. I think one other fish probably mixed in. So it's just, I don't know. I'm running new water. I haven't been here before, so. It's docks. I mean, fish move in, they move out.
You can tell it is pure scramble mode for our anglers here in the top 10. Getting over to Jason Williamson. A lot of the same thing you're seeing with your leaders. And there has been magic stretches of docks this week. We got to see Caleb Kuffal on day number 2 catching 5 quality ones off 1 dock. The key for Kuffal this week. A lot of main lake-oriented docks compared to like this right here, docks up in creeks.
And the difference with the dock that Kuffal just got on versus this one for Williamson, Kuffal had about 80 dock posts they could be on. Here, if they're not within that 5 feet, they're not there, and makes it a little bit easier. That's why they say Lee Livesey's probably talking about Lake Fork for the next event. With it being low, there's a lot less places they can hide, and you can catch, you can get right in a hurry.
Cliff Perch just caught a really good one about 40 minutes ago.
Yeah, I heard Dave and Davey talking that this has not been a front-facing sonar tournament until this pass right here. The Golden Snow Ram getting it done.
Yeah, sure.
Yes, yes. Thank you, Lord. That's a big one.
Clifford starting the day almost better part 10 pounds back, so 5-pounder's good.
Let's try going from above. It's kind of warming up. I'm wondering if this deal might be picking up again. We've got a little breeze.
Well, you could see there is some scrambling.
Yeah.
Lot of scratching right now.
Scratching of heads, yes.
Yes.
Looking at the top 10 coming into today, the top 3 separated by 6 ounces. fourth through sixth were 2 to 4 pounds back, you know, in that two and change to almost 4 pounds. And then 7th through 10th were 6 to 9 pounds back. So they really had to have. This is a lake that you can come back on because you can catch 25 to 30. But this week, these conditions, a comeback is very, very difficult unless you're within that 6 ounces.
Couldn't get them. Couldn't get them. Boy, they're picky.
There's Aoki. 2 fish. Himself and Kuffal with only 2 fish at this point of the day is perhaps the most surprising.
Yes.
Although Kuffal said, I'm not worried. If I don't catch him early, no big deal. I can get that done in 30 minutes somewhere. Maybe. Hopefully.
Well, you look at Matt Robertson, you look at Aoki, compared to how they've caught them this week, this is not what we have. They have not done this. No.
Boy, it looks like nothing like the place we've been for the past 3 days at all. We are back to spring after a trip back in time into, I don't know, February weather.
The fish are probably in shock with how cold it's been this week.
That's really not a joke. Right. It's absolutely the truth. With Jason Christie still on top, Brock Mosley started the day with the lead. All of our top 10 trying to get something started on this very, very challenging day.
The Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite at Lake Chickamauga is sponsored by Ranger Boats, Yamaha, Toyota, Berkeley, and by Progressive.
The USFL is coming starting on Saturday and kicks off with an historic inaugural game as the New Jersey Generals take on the Birmingham Stallions at 7:30 Eastern on Fox and NBC.
You are fired up for that one.
Well, everybody who's starting to jones a little bit for some football.
You're fired up about the draft coming pretty soon.
Well, yeah, it's sooner than you think.
Not a very quarterback-rich draft this year.
What do you mean? I thought you have your quarterback, though.
Oh no, we don't. No, the Bears. The Bears have nothing. If you watched free agency, not the case. Taking a look at what we have here on Lake Chickamauga,
we have a little guy back
just outside of Dayton, Tennessee. It has shut down, and that was one of the fears. One of the fears today. Caleb Kuffal. Not really sure what's going on right now.
Hey. That's from the boat of Caleb Kuffal.
Good boy. You know, we actually talked about this yesterday on FS1 in conjunction this weekend with the big Masters tournament going on just down the road from here. All of those golfers probably wanting these conditions today.
Oh, yeah.
To where yesterday and the days prior, all of these anglers wanting wind and horrible conditions. Yeah, it has.
As I watched a little bit of that yesterday, they went on and on about how brutal the weather was at the Masters, yet that's like a perfect day at the British Open. I don't really.
That's a very good point.
It's really didn't seem that bad.
They had one of the worst scoring days ever yesterday at the Masters.
I know.
Wow.
High winds, very chilly.
Yeah. My guy was in contention, Tommy, then he fell out. But
yeah. Your classmate, former classmate in college.
HV3, Harold Varner.
Yeah.
That old barber chair turned into a fishing chair.
Even the big man who owns that chair is not out trying to get it done today.
Well, it is fairly easy to pick out who your marathon peak performance is going to be. And it has turned into almost the absolute perfect storm for this man right here, your reigning Bassmaster Classic champion. ran into a wall of fog this morning going to his primary area, decided to hook a left and fish a bay that he fished 4 or 5 years ago, landed right out on them. Granted, not giants, but that first bite being about 4 pounds, getting his work done with a bladed jig, you kind of thought to yourself, wow, we're gonna see a big, big stringer. And you know what? Just a 5 bass limit right now is a big stringer.
It is big.
Your Marathon Peak performance, pretty easy so far today. The only limit in the boat. Bassmaster Classic champion from Oklahoma, Jason Christie. All of his work today on a bladed jig earlier in the event. 1/2 ounce covert spinnerbait. Really looking at his day so far. And we think we have him a little bit low. Marathon Peak performance. Well, here's the best way to put it. It was that first 2 hours of fishing for Jason Christie, and that, as nuts as it is, that wall of fog that kind of stopped him from getting to where he has started every day of this tournament could have been the best wall of fog of the event. Taking a look at all of Jason Christie catches so far today. This is actually all week long
4 days,
for Jason
okay.
Christie.
3.5.
Pretty much everything that he has weighed in has come out of the Hiawassee. And you see that bay that he's in right now, that is where 90% of his damage has been done. And here's what's weird. He has not seen another competitor in that small creek off the Hiawassee.
That is weird.
Which is so rare for Lake Chickamauga. Jason Christie live, Marathon Peak performance.
I guarantee you at a certain point today, Christie will talk like he doesn't have it because he only has 12 pounds.
Absolutely.
There's no way he's in the lead right now.
And you couldn't blame him for
no
that.
way.
I mean, you know.
Well, we've kind of hit that dead time. I knew it was going to happen. Just going to keep my head down and try to bust through it. You know, it just takes one big bite to kind of start that afternoon kickoff. I'm good. I said anything before I had before lunch was a bonus, and I'm still saying that. I mean, I may not get another bite, but you know, I like, you know, I'm 2 or 3 big bites away. And this very dock right here, I mean, the first day at 1 o'clock, I didn't have anything really big in my live well, and heads up. And I pull over here and catch 2 3.5s back to back. So it can happen. I mean, just got to keep my bait wet and keep my old head down, and if it's meant to be, it'll happen.
Boy, those shade lines on those docks starting to really look right. Hearing Jason Christie say that anything before noon would be a bonus. Brock Mosley still in this too.
Oh, absolutely. 3 to a limit. He's a 3 and a 4, and he's ahead.
Yes! That gets it back on track. A little bit, just a little bit. I just said I caught a 4-pounder off that stump the first day. Hooked good.
Looks like a 3-something, 3.25, half.
Yeah, I'll say 3.5. Maybe 3.2.
2 3/4.
2 3/4?
2 3/4.
Wow,
2 3/4.
Seemed bigger than that, didn't it?
Number 4.
Looked like a
That's
big
because
male.
we hadn't seen
Yeah,
a bass in
brains
3
are starved
hours.
for Point well
fish
made,
collection.
Ron Moore.
Yeah.
That's just what
That
he
is-
said to enter into Bass Track, too.
When he
Fish
swung
looked
it in,
like
I went,
9
whoa!
pounds.
Yeah. Looked like the game winner.
Getting there. A little boom.
Not a 3-pounder, but pretty critical at this point.
Mm-hmm.
Two guys doing the same thing
Just
pretty
said
much
I caught a
bait-wise.
4-pounder off that stump the first day. 2 3/4.
More than half of what all these guys have done to get here to this day have been done with 93 other anglers out on the water.
See there, I mean, I know looking at Bass Track and seeing what I've caught, everybody's probably like, why ain't you making an adjustment? Well, look how many fish I've caught. I mean, it's just, I know the short fish don't show up on Bass Track. I've caught 11 or 12 fish probably. And quite a few that's just like 14.5, 14 3/4. We just hadn't run into a grown one yet.
Brock Mosley is going to lose his mind if he takes second place again to Jason Christie.
gosh.
I mean, he is going to snap.
Was it about a year, a little more than a year ago, he had it pretty much knocked out at Pickwick there, and Bill Lowen catches that giant bass.
Back-to-back events, back-to-back second places.
Yeah.
I mean, there's about 92 other spots that are worse than where he's been finishing in second, but
yeah,
it's not what you'd like. Because the importance, and you guys know this over the last 20 years of covering the Bassmaster Elite Series top level, you can be and have a great resume, and it looks so small until you get a win.
I'm looking forward
and
to the
then it
next one we're
adds
going
to
to.
your
It's got
resume. I mean, it levels,
a
it
little
makes
more
you
depth.
that much better.
Yeah, it's an
in the
instant
eyes of
promotion.
everything.
It's
Yes.
it's an automatic field promotion.
Points.
Yeah.
More places they can pull back to. Predictable places they can pull back to.
And you see both of these anglers. Almost every cast, both of these anglers have their bait in strike zones. And another thing that you know has transpired through this tournament is both of these fishermen basically, compared to a lot of the other anglers in the field that have been covering water, both of these fishermen have put their trolling motors down for the most part, about 90% of this tournament, and have not started their big engine till it's time to get to weigh-in.
Yeah.
They have saturated the two different areas that they have dissected all week long.
We're getting closer and closer to the home stretch, but as it stands right now,
not over.
A good bit of fishing time left in this day, especially on a place not much bigger than this. You know, you can get around, you can make a change, or you can suddenly have where you're committed to change right in front of your eyes. Those are things to keep in mind as we head into the final 3 hours or so of fishing, getting closer and closer to that time. A little more fishing to show you, though, here. Stay with us for more from Lake Chickamauga, this Bassmaster Elite. Well, thank you so much, Dave Ryan, getting ready to lead us into the playoffs, the PBA playoffs, round of 16. PBA bowling from Lake Wales, Florida, is coming up next. We got a little more fishing to show you here from Lake Chickamauga. Big day.
Is Lake Wales is that a hotspot PBA area? I didn't know that.
I couldn't
guess.
You know, Florida's big on bowling. I know that for sure.
Pickleball, bowling,
yeah,
whattever you want in the villages down there. Come on.
Golf carting?
Sports for the people. People love those sports.
Boy.
Just like fishing. Carl Jacobson loves it.
Carl trying to get the wheels back on the bus, man.
No, real hard to see that thing.
No way.
Oh, there he is.
Oh, he chased it out. He chased it out. Oh, my gosh.
It's a keeper. We're weighing in, baby. Look at all the hooks in it. Wasn't going to get away.
Don't say that.
Charged out from a mile away like a missile and just eats it at the boat. Like, that's pretty cool eat. Shame he's a little guy, but hey, we've got to start somewhere. And this is a start.
Well, watch the follow. Look at that. My goodness.
And I know as nuts as this sounds, we were goofing around with it at break. Carl Jacobson with his first keeper. He gets on the right stretch and catches 3 Chickamauga, just big ones, not giants.
Yeah.
He'll be at 24 pounds and he'll win the event.
I'm doing a lot of what ifs, man.
Yeah, well, that's what we got right now. Good for Carl. You don't want to see anybody get skunked on a day like today.
Drew Benton, the only angler in our top 10 without a fish.
Supposed to have a little bit of a breeze from the last couple hours of fishing out here on Lake Chickamauga today, which could help, should help.
We need it to help.
Check back in with Carl momentarily. Let's back to Dice K. Aoki. By far his best tournament as a rookie here on the Bassmaster Elite Series. Really got to show out some of his mastery of the finesse fishing.
Yeah, he is. Like Taku Ito, very powerful with a spinning rod.
It's going to be close, isn't it? No, I think they'll keep.
$15.
Yep.
Oh, easy keeper for Aoki.
Number 3.
Number 3, exactly.
Yeah.
He did not do well in Florida. Started this event 92nd in our AOI. And climbed up to 80th, but see if he can in the next couple events get inside our classic cut.
Don't count him out either. I know his predominant area has died and his secondary area didn't produce as much today, but he started 3 ounces behind Brock Mosley, 3 ounces ahead of Jason Christie, and right now with 12-10 still being the high mark of weight right now, that's doable for a comeback for sure.
Gonna be an interesting afternoon on Bassmaster.com for sure. Because nobody has really run away with this thing that we thought there was potential for that early.
What's the biggest bag today? If that weight
18.
wins, you
18.
think
18? I still think somebody's going to do 18. We have Christie right now at
12-10. What do you think it is? At 13.5?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
3/4 of a
I
pound
think
more than
whoever in that top 4, whoever catches 18 is going to win.
Christie yesterday, very close in his bass track, had 20 pounds and a quarter.
And a lot of that came the last 10 minutes.
Yeah. Honestly, if you weren't with us, we ended the show, and they have about 25 minutes, 20 minutes of fishing time, 10 minutes of running time.
Travel time, yeah.
And he, in the last 10 minutes, it was about 15 minutes before weigh-in, he caught a 6-pounder to jump up to that 20-pound mark and make a big difference.
Z, your estimated winning weight of 77 pounds is looking really good.
Hanging in there, Suit. Hanging in there. Well, that fog this morning feels like that was about a month ago. Right?
All of these guys have a catalog in their mind of every place they've ever fished on every lake, and they know to give it a try or not. That's what sometimes separates them from everyone else.
You know what's weird is this whole season we have had pretty much heavyweight events, especially Grebe.
No.
We have had a heavyweight event, especially the last tournament on Santee Cooper Lakes. But of all the tournaments that we have had so far and where we're going, the next time we're on FS1, we'll be on Lake Fork. It will be a nauseatingly big bass splash all week long.
Oh, boy.
Whoever wins this one, Man, you have absolutely earned it here on Lake Chickamauga this week.
Yes, every playing field has its own challenges. This one has had a full complement, a full set of challenges for our 10 guys. Congratulations to all of them for making it to the day. As you say, this one is not over with. The weigh-in coming up later today. Yep, 3 p.m. We've got coverage continuing on Bassmaster.com. And thank you all so much for joining us here on Lake Chickamauga.
Someone's going to win $100,000 today.
Someone will win $100. We got PBA bowling on the way. We will see you next time at Lake Fork.
Bassmaster Live.
Yeah, especially when you can see them come get it, come out from under a dock or come up out of a lay down. That's a cool bite for sure.
I'm looking forward to the next one, getting a fork, and
yeah,
I'm definitely going to throw some of that stuff.
Yeah, I think half the field will be. He's on the main river right there. Gotcha.
It's crazy to see how spread out everyone is. Normally, in a tournament, a lot of guys are grouped up fishing one area, and this place is fishing so big right now that, you know, it's from the dam to the dam basically.
Yeah.
And everyone's kind of doing different stuff.
Yeah, it's been a very versatile tournament, that's for sure. A lot of guys are fishing to their strengths, and some of us tried to make things work that we don't normally do, but you know, that's part of it.
It is, and I mean, that's fishing. You know, it's a sport that's very humbling, as we all know. It doesn't matter who you are in this sport. It doesn't matter what you do. It's you know, there's going to be days where you just don't catch them. It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
You know, you just can't do anything right. And I have one of those days, and you know, it is what it is. But that's what brings you back out here and wanting to do better. And you know, it's that's why I love this sport so much.
Yeah, it's humbling for sure, but it has its rewards.
For sure it does. I'm looking forward to seeing who's going to pull this thing off.
All right, we're going to take a break. Come back and join us for the next session, and thanks for watching. Welcome back. We're on Lake Chickamauga Championship Sunday. Top 10 guys are out there trying to win $100,000. One of them's going to do that.
For sure.
Yeah, we'll have to see who that is, but right now Jason Christie's looking pretty good.
He is looking good. He's on a bit of a roll. You know, he slipped up at Santee. Makes up for it. We were talking off break, and there's some numbers that are pretty interesting here on Bass Track. There's 6 guys that have essentially saved their season in the top 10. You look at Jason Christie, and you slide Bass Track all the way over, he's in 37th. And then we got Brock Mosley, who's, I mean, catches them everywhere. He's in 54th right now in the AOY. We got Aoki, he's in 80th right now. So all these guys, they're making steps to, you know, potentially save their season. We still got half the season left.
Yeah, I mean, if you have a couple of bad tournaments, you almost have to have a top 10 to recover. Sure. And you know this, I think you'll agree with this, it's much harder to catch up. If you get off to a good start halfway through the season, you're inside the cut for the Classic, it's so much easier to fend guys off than being one of those guys trying to catch up.
I agree. I mean, I've been so close a couple times now to that, and you're absolutely right. You know, and I've played the catch-up game, and it's hard, man. You think about it a lot. As much as everyone says, you know, I don't think about the AOY. They do.
Oh, yeah.
There's no doubt, you know. And
absolutely.
You try and make decisions out on the water to do that, and sometimes I think that you think too hard about it.
Absolutely.
And, you know, sometimes it maybe makes you make the wrong decision.
Yeah, yeah. It's kind of like fishing scared, you know. You're doing things just to kind of fish conservatively. You're not taking chances. I mean, look at Christie. He knows he's going to the Classic next year, so he's free. He's going to fish it the way he wants to fish and fish to his strengths and try to make that work. And that's a good way to be, but you got to have that security in your head to be able to do it. The rest of us, we're struggling to get there.
For sure. It's going to be an interesting year this year to see how it all plays out at the end for the AOY. I think once we get through this tournament and we move on to Fork and some of these other tournaments, I think you're going to see a big change in the leaderboard for the AOY points. We've got some interesting tournaments. Thousand Islands is going to be a good one this year. It always is.
Yep.
We got La Crosse, Wisconsin.
Yep, that could be good.
That'll be interesting. I was talking to Fider about it, and he says the fishing it's changed a lot.
Oh, really?
And if you catch 12, 13, 14 pounds a day, he thinks that'll probably win it.
Really?
And
so it's toughened up.
It is, and I mean the water there fluctuates so much. It's crazy. Like 1 week you could be up high in the bushes, you're throwing a frog, and the next week it's low. But what's that river we're going to? Oahe.
Oh yeah, Lake Oahe. Yeah.
That's interesting. I've never
South Dakota.
Never been there. But,
oh, you haven't?
Never.
Yeah, you're probably going to like it. It's all smallmouth. You won't see a green bass the whole week you're there. We went out of the lower end near the dam and everybody caught them. The problem there is in that particular event. Now we're going out of a much more northern site this time around, but was gas. Trying to get gas. You could run as far as you got to a half a tank gone. You better turn around, or don't go any further anyway, because you're not going to get any gas on the water. It just doesn't happen there. But it was all smallmouth. They caught them a lot of different ways. Some were shallow, some were offshore, some were suspended. I think it's going to play right into your wheelhouse. You're a good smallmouth guy, so.
I hope so. I'm looking forward to that one. I mean, forward-facing sonar and the live scope's going to be a big player there, and
it will be.
As we're just watching Matt Robertson here with those big baits that we were talking about earlier, and it looks like he's. That's a good point. So let me just back up a bit on that. Matt Robertson has struggled today big time, and his main deal's been out on the main river fishing those bars. And we touched on it earlier that the current's been going the last few days, and today they shut it off, and the results are showing for Matt, and he's switched it up here, and he's throwing those big baits on some transition bank and little steeper bank, hoping to get those big females that are moving in.
Well, he's a Kentucky Lake guy. He knows the Tennessee Valley lakes well, and I'm sure he probably knew that was going to happen to him. I'm sure he had to give it a try, keep him honest out there, but that's the way it is on the weekend. They don't generate as much as they do during the week, and you kind of have to factor that in if you make it to the finals for sure.
Yeah, there's no doubt, and he's scrambling right now. He was pretty confident last night that he was going to catch him, and he said yesterday that he lost a legitimate 10-pounder.
Oh yeah,
and
wow.
And that was on one of those main bars on a trap, and it came up, jumped twice, and the second time it jumped, he lost it. But he wanted to do that all day. That was going to be his main thing, and as you can see, he's switching it up now.
You got to admire Caleb. I mean, that guy. Everybody at Santee Cooper was pretty much doing the same thing, and he's chunking a spinnerbait under the trees and crushing them. Very few people were doing that.
Yep.
Very few people.
You're right.
You count him on one hand, and he shines when he's fishing to his strengths, and the fish are agreeable. That guy can shine. He's so understated. He doesn't talk much. He does his own thing, and I admire that about him. Kind of like Carl. Carl kind of does his own thing and stays in his own world, and those guys hit home runs.
A little one.
Yeah, they do. It's like he just missed one there. Do you think all these fish are spawning, Bernie, all these ones that he's catching?
If they're not spawning, they're close to it. Or they may have done it and are hanging around the docks post-spawn. I mean, it's hard to say. I haven't really been able to watch him to see what kind of, what the shape of the fish that he's catching, if they're pre-spawn and fat and full, or if they're lean. I've caught both all week, and I'm sure you have too. So some have already done it, and some are coming in. I'm confident the big wave of spawners hasn't happened.
I would agree with that. I did catch some off beds this week, sight fishing, but nothing major. I didn't see any paired up. But I know some guys did catch them like that, caught them looking at them, paired
Right.
up. And, you know, if I can catch them like that, I prefer to do it. But the conditions weren't really ideal for that this week.
Yeah, I did a little of that also. In fact, we ran into each other in one of the really good spawning pockets, but somebody beat us to those fish by the time we got in there. It wasn't near as good as it was in practice, but it you know, even when you're not sight fishing, we were throwing at places where fish were bedding. I mean, that's been the case for a lot of guys in this tournament. Just it's that time of year. That was a nice cast.
Brock seems to catch them skipping a chatterbait under docks everywhere we go.
Is that right? Todd Otten's a chatterbait fanatic. He does the same thing. He lives and dies by that chatterbait.
It does catch them. Do you think it's the most fish catching bait that there is? Besides a Senko.
Yeah, yeah, that's where I was going. Soft plastics, especially a Senko, I think is the most consistent. No matter where you go, that thing catches fish. But chatterbaits have definitely, you know what they've done is displace spinnerbait fishing for a lot of guys. You hardly see people throw spinnerbaits anymore, and Christie proves that it's still very productive and reliable. But something about a chatterbait, I guess guys just like that shake on the end of their rod, and they do catch fish.
There's no doubt about that. I've caught a lot of fish on a chatterbait in my day.
Do you feel the chatterbait is or consistent on catch to strike ratio as a spinnerbait?
I do.
You do?
I do.
Okay.
I mean, with the chatterbait, it's a little different than a spinnerbait, I find. When I first started throwing a chatterbait, I lost a lot of fish. And I'm pretty confident that was rod selection. I was using too stiff of a rod.
Right.
And I wasn't giving them enough time when they hit that bait for them to get it in their mouth.
Right, right.
And I've switched. I now use the Daiwa glass rod, and a lot of guys have gone to that with the reaction baits.
Right.
It gives them that extra second, and I mean you're not feeling it instantly.
Right.
As soon as that fish hits with a graphite rod, I
Yeah.
mean you're setting the hook.
Yeah.
And that glass rod just gives it a little bit more, and I don't lose them anymore with that.
Yeah, I agree with that. I'm using a composite rod myself. The other thing is the blade. I mean, when the fish inhales the whole thing and that blade's at an angle, it almost keeps his mouth propped open enough to where you can't really drive a hook sometimes.
Yeah.
And so that extra second may help get the bait positioned where you can get some tissue with that point.
For sure.
But, yeah, there's a lot of guys doing well with chatterbaits these days. There's no doubt. And the trailers, they're all over the place. You see crawdad type trailers, swimming craws, and
swim baits on the back of them,
Zaccos, yeah, just all kinds of crazy things. Flukes, a lot of guys like flukes.
I don't think it matters.
Apparently not. There's another aspect to those, and Cliff and I, my roommate Cliff Prince, we were talking about this today. Sometimes, it seems like a flashy blade. Keep the blade either gold or silver or nickel, or do you go dark? You know, a lot of guys like a dark blade. They don't want a flashy blade on their chatterbait.
Yeah, that's a good point. I've had days where, I usually have a couple tied up. One's dark with a dark blade. One's usually white with a silver blade. And some days it makes a huge difference of what the fish are going to eat.
Right, right.
I think that sun that hits that blade when it's silver, that's a big shine for those fish.
Yeah, especially when they're on a shad bite.
For sure.
Yeah.
Who's going to pull this off, Bernie?
Man, it's hard to bet against Jason. He's a closer. He's gotten to be a better closer lately, but that guy he's
That's
fishing.
not good for us.
Well, he's fishing free. You know,
He is.
There's no pressure on him right now. I'm sure he wants to win. There's a little bit of that pressure, but he's not worried about points. He's not worried about the end of the year. He's just fishing his way.
That's right. Well, we're going to go to break here, and we'll be back here shortly and see if you more guys catch some big ones, hopefully.
Yep.
The Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite at Lake Chickamauga is sponsored by Ranger Boats, Yamaha, Toyota, Berkeley, and by Progressive. The Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster.
Look at the size of that bass!
Live coverage of the Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite at Lake Chickamauga is sponsored by Toyota.
Welcome to the great state of Tennessee for the fourth stop of the Bassmaster Elite Series and our fourth championship Sunday going down in just a few hours. And that's our playing field, Chickamauga Lake. And man, one thing that you can guarantee at the Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite at Chickamauga Lake is it's not going to be the same day after day. We have seen every single different type of condition. And the one thing that the angler said day after day, we need sun. We need a little warmth here. Well, we got sun and we got warmth, and I'm predicting we're going to have a lot of anglers missing the wind when they weigh in this afternoon, because it has been the toughest day of the tournament so far. Atop the leaderboard, Jason Christie with 70 pounds, 5 ounces. Our leader as of this morning, Brock Mosley, has slipped to second, and we're just a little over 2 hours away from weigh-in time, and a lot can change in the next couple of hours. And Davey, I had to ask you this. Is Jason Christie going to walk away with this thing, or are we going to see somebody make a giant charge here in the last few hours?
Well, fortunately for the other 9 anglers, it really won't take a giant charge, especially Brock Mosley, only 4 pounds back. And the other thing, the wind is starting to blow just enough to help the fishing just a little bit. The problem is, with the warm weather, and that's what the anglers wanted this week. That's what you almost always want in April. In practice, the water temperatures were in the mid-50s. It got all the way up to the low 60s. Quite a few fish on beds the last day of practice, and we saw a fair amount of them caught the first day of the event. But since then, the water temperature has dropped. The wind kept the bite going for those fish that were committed up there. But today is probably not the best day in the world for fishing, but you know what? That's why it's the Bassmaster Elite Series. You're going to have to earn a victory each and every time.
Well, let's catch up with what's been going on in the water with our Toyota Midday Report. And we'll kick it off with the guy who led on day number 1. We've had a different leader every single day of this tournament. And Carl Jacobson came out firing big time on day 1.
He did. Day 1 leader, Carl Jacobson. Day 2, oh gosh, if you weren't watching with us on day 2, he should have extended his lead by quite a bit on day 2. Today, a totally different day. Unfortunately, we kind of all called it here in the studio. Zona and Tommy and Ronnie and you and I talked about the lack of wind is probably going to hurt this bite. But, I mean, what a dilemma. I mean, you led the event. Day 2, you should have extended your lead. Yesterday, another great day. How do you lay that bait down? You're in the top 10. He's always been known as a guy to go for it, and it just isn't working out for him today.
His biggest bag of the tournament, Jason Williamson, happened yesterday. 23 pounds, one of the biggest bags of the day 3 weigh-in.
Yeah, Jason Williamson, just a good, solid tournament. I'll be honest with you, I thought, well, he's going to stay in the 20s, have a good event, and then he came in with that 23 pounds yesterday. Very, very impressive. Fishing shallow, primarily with a jig, catching a lot of his fish, fishing slow around those boat docks.
Clifford Perch inside our top 10 today, and one of the only anglers we saw using forward-facing sonar, and he really did it just because you said we weren't seeing it, and he said, I'll show you, Davey.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we're always glad to see one of our anglers catch a 5-pounder, no matter how they use it with their forward-facing sonar or not. But Clifford Perch has really done a good job settling in down the lake farther than most of our anglers chose to fish here this week, and just spent most of his time dissecting this marina.
Big bass, big stage, big dreams, and one route to get here is through the Strike King College Bass Series, and he's a former champion that just happened to go to school right here in Bryant College, literally across the road from our takeoff.
Yeah, it has to be a lot of fun for him to be in the top 10 today. Got off to a good start. You can say the sun was just barely coming above the horizon. He put that first good solid fish in the boat on spinnerbait. One of the few anglers that's fishing even in the area code with Jason Christie. He has done a good job here. We'll be seeing a lot more of him. I'm sure it's going to be great for him this afternoon to be around a lot of his friends and family at the weigh-in.
Speaking of seeing a lot of him, you saw him the last time we had a top 10 on Santee Cooper Lakes. And once again in the mix this week, Caleb Kuffal.
Caleb Kuffal doing a good job just doing what he does. You've talked about it quite a bit. You've had him on your podcast, got to know him better than, I guess, anyone else here on Bassmaster Live. But just a guy that just takes it easy and plain and simple. He's kept a jig in his hand, fishing boat docks, and another top 10 for him.
Here's a guy I've been waiting to see a big event out of him probably comes with the greatest pedigree of any angler to come across. There's a lot of Japanese anglers who've done great here, but as far as his pedigree from Japan, I mean, what he's accomplished is amazing, and now trying to do it on the Elite Series.
Yeah, he was an angler that I really thought, not just because he was in third place, but because of what we saw him doing. He had a shallow area that just really played out on him yesterday, unfortunately. But he moved out offshore and caught most of his weight fishing offshore, not fishing very deep, but fishing offshore with soft plastic baits. Baits that not moving a lot of water, not making a lot of noise. I really thought that today would go better than it has for him so far, but it just hasn't, and he's switched up. He's been fishing some of these tapered banks, not fishing offshore. Been able to catch a few fish, but to be honest with you, I thought he was probably Jason Christie's biggest challenger coming into today, just simply because of what he was doing and how he's doing. I haven't seen him fish offshore anywhere other than that one area where he caught most of his fish yesterday. It would have been a lot better for him to have another area like that.
Now for something completely different, the man who's perpetually on him, Matt Robertson.
Little fella.
Yeah, Matt Robertson, you see him fishing totally different than he has the previous days of this event. Really wanting a win here today, having a slower start this season than what we become accustomed to seeing him. But he said, I'm going to do things my way here this week. This is the way I like to fish on the Tennessee River this time of the year. And honestly, I really thought he had a good game plan, making it into Sunday. A lot of those pockets, a lot of those shallow creeks, and those areas have really gotten beaten up. And everywhere I saw him when we've been out on the water this week, he had it all to himself. But today it has really just kind of faded away. Had a lot of bites on his lipless this morning, but they just would not eat it. And he wasn't able to use another bait to really get these fish going. So we've seen him go to the bank. But I think if he's going to have a chance, he's going to have to catch them like this on this swim bait, maybe go back offshore, those fish that haven't been as pressured as the other shallow water fish have.
Regardless of how it works out, a big rally for him with 3 tough events to start the season. He openly talked about the pressure he put himself in. 3 events into the season, it's easy to look at it and say, oh, we just started, but we're nearing the halfway point of this season, and here's a guy who wants to trade all those 2s in for just 1-1. 4 times he's finished second on the Elite Series. Brock Mosley.
I'll have to admit, I had quite a few second place finishes in my career. They're really no fun, but really and truly, there's about 92 other anglers that would swap places with him right now. I mean, he's having a great career. He's really hit his stride the last few seasons, having those second place finishes. You really hate that in a way. But having a good, solid year again, Brock Mosley, as we saw him last year, competing for Angler of the Year has been in his, in his wheelhouse the last few years. Really concerned where he was fishing, how shallow he was fishing around other boats, locals and other tournament anglers. I really think that's kind of catching up with him. That and the just lack of wind. Using this vibrating jig primarily, you really need some wind, or you really need a little dirtier water, maybe a little cooler water than what we have right now. But Brock Mosley still, I mean, honestly, he's 1 bite away from taking the lead.
This is 13th Bassmaster top 10. And Brock Mosley came in here wanting a big finish, and see how it all works out. I mean, the pressure that must build on you, getting that win, he could bust out from here. You know what I mean? But you feel the pressure around him, kind of like Christie going into the Classic.
And, there's several reasons. $100,000 from first place is a reason, but just the title, being able to say, I'm a Bassmaster Elite Series champion.
When you exercise all those demons, you become an even scarier character, and Jason Christie has definitely become that, our reigning Bassmaster Classic champion.
Yeah, I guess the highlight of the Toyota midday report for me would be Jason Christie hitting some heavy fog this morning, taking a left, pulling over to a bank that he had not fished in practice or during the tournament itself, but he did say, hey, I have caught him here before a few years back. He pulled over there and just got going early. Put a real solid fish in the boat very first thing this morning. A couple other good keepers you see him mixing up with a vibrating jig and then a regular jig. Jason Christie is a guy that takes it very serious when he makes it to Championship Sunday. Not one of those, hey, I made it to Sunday, I'm gonna have a good time, glad to be here. He puts his head down and tries to win each and every time, and his success ratio is absolutely incredible. I had no idea. You told me earlier today that 1 in 13 times that he enters a Bassmaster event, he wins. That's absolutely incredible.
Blew me away when I heard Such say it. I mean, a great stat. 4 bucks right now live on the water. Brock Mosley, Daisuke Aoki, Matt Robertson, and Jacob Fouts. Davey, is the pressure in this sport, is it directly equated with the length of competition? Meaning that it's, I mean, if you have a sport that lasts 10 seconds long, it's easy to lock in and focus on that. But in this event, it's an 8-hour day. Is the length of the event, does that make the pressure even more so?
You make a great point. I've never really thought of it that way, but I certainly agree with you. It really does. And the flip side of that, when you're just not on them, when you're not catching them, and you don't have a good event, you go out. We had some anglers in this event that caught 0 the first day or 1 fish. Quite a few with 2 fish or less. Mm-hmm. And gosh, you go out the next day, you have to just beat your head in against the wall and do something different and really put more pressure on yourself. So
I don't think we're done getting big.
I totally agree with what you're saying, but that pressure extends from the top of the field to the bottom of the field.
I really don't think we're done getting bit in here.
For the first time today, you're actually seeing movement in the water.
I was looking at the exact same thing, and I think that really gives Brock Mosley a lot better chance to get that. And, you know, I said 1 bite away. We always talk about, you know, there was a 10-pounder caught, so anybody could obviously catch a 10-pounder. It's already been done one time in this event this week, but I mean, he's a 5-pounder away. And we certainly have seen a lot of those this week.
That 10-5 Phoenix Boats Big Bass was weighed in on day number 1 by Pat Schlopper. 2 events in a row. Unless somebody catches a 10-6 today and takes it away from him, 2 events in a row, Pat Schlopper will be winning our Phoenix Boats Big Bass Award.
That is strong. It really is.
Yeah, it's great to see him kind of coming into his own. He's a Bass Nation national champion, but came close. Made a run at this one this week again, you know, so made his first cut at Santee Cooper Lakes.
Do it up. Do it.
Oh, is he?
About this time yesterday, he did the same thing. Candy bar and a Mountain Dew, and caught a good one yesterday right after he did this.
Every machine needs fuel. And Brock Mosley, we've seen what he's fueled by. Gets all hopped up on Diet Mountain Dew, and look out. Aerial view right now of Daisuke Aoki, that your Humminbird bird's eye view. And you can see that movement in the water, Davey. And is it just light penetration? Is that what triggers them into biting?
It certainly hit with, like you say, just enough to reflect or deflect the light penetration in the water. When it starts blowing more than that, then you'll have more bait movement and that sort of thing. Here's another thing though, that Brock Mosley and a few other anglers using those moving baits, those vibrating baits. A little stain in the water, and certainly the wind has blown the last 3 days enough to keep that water, keep some color in the water. When a lake is this low and those shorelines, you know, get a little wind on them, it certainly stains the water, and that's what you want fishing those type baits like a vibrating jig or a spinnerbait.
$2, Drew Benton and Caleb Kuffal. Drew Benton on his honeymoon got married in between the 2 events and said that this is his honeymoon and nothing.
Not good.
Says love like Championship Sunday.
I had one opportunity on like a 2.5 pounder that I missed, but outside of that, just a lot of little fish, a lot of little bites, fish not taking the bait real well. But I don't know, I'm kind of committed to this deal, so I'm just gonna stick with it, and we might head back a little bit early and try some of that grass stuff.
What's the setup you're fishing with?
My setup, looking at a St. Croix Legend Tournament, one of the new ones that just came out. 7-1 medium heavy, fast action. Using vicious 24-pound Tora fluorocarbon. and then my homemade jig. But we're just gonna stick with it here. I'm on my best stretch right now that I had on day one. So we'll see how this goes. But not gonna do anything
We might
crazy.
need to get a little
Not gonna
closer
go
look at that homemade
do
jig.
something else off the wall.
After catching
for
over
the last
100
couple
pounds on it
hours,
at
just
last event, and
gonna stick
obviously
with it.
very well here in this one, currently in
You
fifth
know, in
place.
the tournament and practice too, it was, you know, you get on the right stretch and or the right timing, and you know it can happen in a hurry. So I'm just hoping that it happens before 3 o'clock. So.
This morning you said it thought it'd take around 20 or so today to have a chance. I mean, you still sticking with that, or?
Oh, for me, I would think mid-20s. You know, somebody's gonna get a 20 to 25 pound bag. So I think that's just a given on this place. So for me to have an opportunity or a chance, I think I would have needed like, you know, mid-20s.
So I saw you talking to Drew Benton this morning, and you mentioned about him just recently getting married and honeymoon. Are they going on a honeymoon? This is our biggest break between this event and the next one in quite a while. Or
He told me this was his honeymoon. I don't know.
That might be his story. And if he doesn't change that tune, we'll see how this marriage works out.
You know, in the venue here, just walking up to our set, the amount of fans you see with Onum hats. Oh, wait a second, not just people with Onum hats. I think Matt Robertson's got some other fans. Hopefully Matt gets along with dogs a lot better than some other pros.
Yeah, it seems like he is, but they might be saying, go back out on the main river. I think that's what they're saying.
Do you like it when the dogs start cheering for you? Was that, as an angler, does that help it?
I didn't necessarily like it, but I don't ever remember getting in a shouting match or a cursing match with anyone. I can tell you that.
Well, Matt Robertson, a man of the people, not just the people, but the canines as well. Championship Sunday and just a couple of hours of competition left until we do our weigh-in at 3 o'clock, and that's when it becomes official. Lots of fishing time left, and wind's starting to blow a little bit, and the bite might start picking up, but right now your tournament leader is Jason Christie, and that's like you, Davey. You just soar. So that's how I feel. When I work with you, I feel like that. I feel like I'm like a coot, and you are the soaring.
The soaring buzzard, that is, I'm afraid, unfortunately.
Well, I wasn't going to specify the bird. It's a grebe. It's a grebe. It's Bassmaster Live. You know the rules.
Whoa! Look at the size of that bass!
Live coverage of the Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite at Lake Chickamauga is sponsored by Toyota.
Oh, cute little puppy dogs there. Everybody loves the Bassmaster Elite Series when it rolls into town. Doesn't matter what species you are, you're excited to see the Bassmaster Elite Series here. And a Kansas City Chiefs logo in the back there. I did notice it on the side of that pontoon boat. So those dogs have class. I'll tell you that much. Carl Jacobson, our day one leader. Check in live with him on the water right now.
Got him, big one. Yep, big one. Keeper though. Another keeper. Another 2-pounder. Now I just need like 3 7s. Throw on an 8-inch bait and 2-pounders are just eating it. The one 4-pounder that ate it came off. It's just a big paddle tail, 8-inch. That's, I mean, thrown. I knew, like, the colder weather they get on the paddle tail and they get off the glide, and fortunately I'm a little bit stubborn with it, but you just average better bites on the glide. I just don't know, those 2 pounders just eating it.
It's your Bass Pro Shop's top lures by your day one leader, Carl Jacobson.
Been a slower day for him today. You see just a little wind stirring now that has just kind of kicked in the last 30 minutes or so, and that certainly will help him. I think it's probably helped him with those couple bites we've seen him get here in the last hour. He's had as many bites in the last 30 minutes to an hour as he had all day long. We were thinking this might happen, but it's, we still got fishing time, and we have seen him bring in 20-plus pounds and have opportunity to bring in a whole lot more. So it would be very, very difficult to lay that Storm Arashi glide and this, I think it's an 8-inch mag draft, one boot tail and one gliding type big swim bait. And he's had a lot of opportunities this week and certainly capitalized on them 2 of the 3 days. Some misfortune on day 2.
And the thing to keep in mind is, sure, you're going to judge the result on what you saw in the scales, but if you really pay attention, he had the opportunities to be walking away with this thing.
Yeah, and we talked about that. I know I mentioned it day 2 and 3. The guys that are fishing that and really relying on the wind needed to separate themselves, because I was concerned that today
it might help.
Ooh, here we go.
It might help.
Brock Mosley, I noticed during the break, and we talked about it, he's closer. He's already culled up. He's a lot closer than I thought he was. I thought he was, almost 4 pounds back, but he's pound 12 back. So if this helps him 6 ounces, it's a lot closer than we've been acting like, to be honest with you. A lot closer. The fish did not help him.
Brock's been one of the most consistent anglers in this tournament, it seems, day after day. Catches him, and here's a look at him on day number 3. And just by the outfit he's wearing, you can tell how different it was yesterday.
Yeah, absolutely. But Brock Mosley getting it done, fishing around a lot of other anglers. I mean, I personally know of a couple anglers that aren't fishing today that spent the first 2 days of this event around Brock Mosley quite a bit. So you have to give him credit. He's really done well and really maximized this area. A little slower for him today. I think the pressure and the weather conditions are the reason for that, but need a top 10. He's certainly got that. Need a blue trophy is what I think I might get a shirt to say, and maybe that'll change the luck, because that shirt certainly provided a charm for him here this week. But yesterday, a good day, but he missed that good start that he had on day 1, day 2, and day 3. Yesterday, he only caught a few fish early, but they were both good ones. They were the 4-pound class fish. Did not get that start today.
And I don't think we've seen a fish today.
I cannot believe I landed it.
A Chickamauga giant. I mean, we have not seen, I think, perch probably a 5-pounder, maybe our biggest fish we've seen today. I got to believe we're going to see a 7. One of these guys is going to get a 7 or 8-pounder today.
I think we'll have an angler have the opportunity.
Yeah.
There again, when those fish bite, you don't necessarily just swing them in the boat. But I agree with you. I agree with you, especially if the wind keeps stirring a little bit and that water temperature is rising. What we've seen Brock Mosley catch today seems to be more males maybe moving in that area that he's fishing in. Some of these males, though, it's very similar to Santee Cooper Lakes. It'd be 5-pound males. So just males moving in on lakes like Chickamauga and Santee Cooper Lakes. A lot of the lakes that we go to on the Bassmaster Tournament Trail, those males at 4 and 5 pounds, that certainly adds up in a hurry also.
Brock Mosley, a former collegiate competitor, and qualified for the Elite Series. He's a three-time Classic qualifier and 13th top 10. He has been so close so many times, and I'm sure he's tired of us talking about it, but
I
4
just said
seconds.
I caught a 4-pounder off that stump the first day.
You also got to really pay attention to his setup and what he's doing when he's fishing a vibrating jig, because like I said, he's not had this area to himself, and a vibrating jig is no secret this time of the year wherever you are in the country. But he's just been able to outfish people with that bait.
This footage obviously from earlier today.
You know, the best way for him to get Jason Christie off his back, so to speak, having finished second to Jason Christie, 2 of his 4 second-place finishes. I mean, what better person would you want to finish second to you when you won your first blue trophy? You'd want to have a little payback. So this tournament is far from over with only less than 2 pounds difference between Jason Christie and Brock Mosley.
Looking at 1 and 2 right now. 2 anglers you mentioned, Jason Christie and Brock Mosley. And I have to believe the wind also makes the fishing a little better, but it also kind of energizes the anglers. After a tough day and a tough tournament, really, when you get weather, I mean, by the end of the week, it starts to build. You know, you've been fishing in every piece of clothing you brought here. But you got to feel in the last few hours, guys are going to, start to fall off a bit. But that wind also gives you the confidence to be like, yeah, we're still in this.
Yes. And you notice here, it looks like they're fishing on 2 different planets, the wind that Jason Christie is in and Brock Mosley. For me as an angler, if I were fishing today, I would seek those banks that have the wind blowing on them rather than the calm ones when it finally started blowing a little bit today. Because the amount of wind you see there where Jason Christie's at, it's a lot better for the baits that he's throwing, the vibrating jig and his spinnerbait. Just that difference right there. Now you want to look for the cover or the hard cover or whether there's some rocks along the bank here like you see Jason Christie fishing or wood. You want that also, but if you can find that with a little wind on it, then it's a better bank to be, in my opinion.
Well, we know Jason Christie. I mean, if Jason Christie wants the wind cometh.
Yes.
I mean, the fog stopped him and told him where to go today. He's your tournament leader right now, but nothing's official until they hit the official scales, which is just under 2 hours time from now, 3 o'clock this afternoon. And Davey, I think we get to go to catering right now. I think Tommy, Zona, Such, and Ronnie are going to take over now. Me and you have elaborate catering. I can hear it. Oh, I smell it. I'm out of here. It's going to be fun to watch this go down.
Whoa! Look at the size of that bass!
Live coverage of the Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite at Lake Chickamauga is sponsored by Toyota.
Getting close to that final hour and change of this final championship Sunday. Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite at that place right there. Chickamauga Lake, what a legendary spot, has been legendary for being confounding anglers this week. I think it's what it's legendary for.
No doubt about it, Tommy Sanders. Minn Kota unlocked the lake, and the biggest key is let's finish strong.
Okay, yes.
Let's finish strong. Exactly right.
Up.
And I know this is going to sound
saying
crazy looking at this Minn Kota unlock the lake, the really special area, at least today. It has been a grinder. I hate that word, but it has been. Is as you kind of fly up the lake towards the Hiawassee, that is where the damage has been done for the most part. Jason Christie hanging on to a very slim lead, and I know this sounds nuts, but this is eerily similar to the Santee Cooper Lakes, not because big stringers being caught on this last day. We are going to take this down to the last hour, and if you got to hang with us on FS1 earlier, Jason Christie made the comment, this should be and has been the best time of day. I'm going to tell you something. Really, Jason Christie and guys like Brock Mosley that obviously are still hanging in the mix with moving baits, bladed jigs, spinnerbait, stuff like that, they were a benefactor of that cold front that came in. Yes. Because really, the first day of this tournament, a lot of anglers, we were on a little bit of a warming trend coming into that first day. and then it got knocked back almost to a pre-spawn situation with that cold temps where they got back on moving baits. And the other thing is, with the slightly rising water, that's why you're looking at Brock Mosley and Jason Christie still in the driver's seat of this tournament. Let's take the ship into the harbor.
Yeah, there is more to see here. Ronnie Moore.
I wanted to take you guys over to the Screen of Knowledge to give a little bit of love to a guy whose pattern is a little bit waning today, but the last 3 days has been so impressive. And that takes us to our VMC on point for the week, and it is Daisuke Aoki maximizing a spot. And we've talked about it in the Chester Frost region. It's a rare, very known community hole area with the water being 3 feet low at Lake Chickamauga. What you're looking at right here with this Google Earth satellite imaging is in Chester Frost. There's a huge ridge over here that is normally popular in the summertime, but there is a hump that meets a point and a deep saddle in between, and I'll show you what that looks. There's the island, there's the point, and then when we look at the mapping, this is where you can see the contour lines different. Obviously, it says it's about 5 to 7 feet on top. That would be even less with it being 3 feet low. A nice saddle in the middle, and it meets that point back in the Chester Frost, the Dallas Bay region. And that saddle, he's been going around and back and forth on that. It's got shell on it. It's got some of that black witch's hair grass that people don't like to be around, and maybe that is why the tactics Daisuke's used and no company around has helped him in this spot.
And really the benefactor of that, a lot of resident fish in that creek, that bay. And the other thing is it is repopulated every weekend with all the tournaments that go out of there. And I think you nailed it, Ron Moore, is he has maximized a spot to where guys like, if you look at Brock Mosley, if you look at Jason Christie, they've maximized in area.
Yeah, patterns in an area, and he's maximized the technique in a spot for sure.
All right, let's get out on the water right now, live with Carl Jacobson, our day one leader. And up and down like so many tournaments are. Staying with it.
Got him for a giant. Not a giant, but he's a decent one. Yeah. That's right. I should have been doing this all along. Everything keeps telling me. 3 pounder. I should have just been doing this the whole time. I knew I was going to get a bite right there. Lay down on a bluff. It's the 4th bite I've had of a fish like that.
And one of the reasons.
This is what we've got to do. You can catch a 7 or an 8 doing this too, so.
I think Carl screams giant is because the bites on that thing are vicious.
You just expect it to be like a giant when it bites this thing.
That's the second time you said that.
Yeah, giant, and then 2 pounder.
So you got 7.
Choked it.
And Matt Robertson has changed his situation more than just a little bit in the past hour and a half or so.
Pretty common theme. These guys are going for it today. Big swim bait for Carl. Exactly that with Matt Robertson. That little wind could maybe open this up a bit.
Might be cute. Come on.
Gosh, that big mag draft absolutely resembles those big Tennessee River gizzard shads so well.
It's amazing how like 6 or 7 years ago, maybe 5 or 6 years ago, very few people would utilize that in a tournament, and now every single tournament angler has to have that in their boat on a
Tied
rod,
up.
rigged up.
Yes. Totally agree with that.
Okay, about 3 pounds behind Robertson right now as it stands in 4th place.
And that bass right there for Matt Robertson keeps him in the hunt
Absolutely.
right now.
Absolutely.
One bite
Still
away.
got one more to a
Absolutely.
one more to a limit. He's got some potential, some headroom there.
You're allowed to catch a 7.
Ioki's just a little more than 6 pounds back on 3 fish. Couple bites. Kuffal.
Might not see this again for a while on Bassmasters. One guy with a bladed jig, one guy a weightless stick bait, another with a drop shot, another with a giant mag draft. Might not see that again for a while.
Mutual. Yeah. I know they don't like us.
One of these three, though, Brock, Christie, or Robertson, one of them's going to catch a big one. It's just, it's happened every day with those three.
Really, we just got out of them that bad.
Jet skis out, pontoon boats.
Life starting to happen.
T-I-M-E, Ronnie.
Robertson caught a 5-pounder right about 12:30 local time to put a different complexion on his day, for sure.
Yeah, he's got 4 for 12 on Bass Track right now, and he had about 4 pounds the first 4 hours of the day, and then the last hours he's caught a 5 and I don't think that was a 2, but
I gotta take a leak.
5.
I gotta take a leak.
Yeah.
It's always been.
Yeah, it's on. As you said, Tommy. Look, please do me a favor.
Don the apparel.
Please.
Okay. Don the apparel.
Keep the ball.
I'm not good at this.
No.
I'm good at being tender and precious, but not Jim Nance.
What a day.
It has been. Like no other. That's exactly right.
But a place that stands as a tradition.
Like no other. So glad to have you with us here today, friends.
We have Mark Zona taking care of the duties at the 10th hole.
I appreciate that, Tommy.
Running Zona.
Amen Corner all week, baby.
We've always been here.
Amen Corner all week long. And friends, there's one thing that binds us all together. It's a simple love of the game. It's a respect for the game. A respect that we are paid over
10 times 10 full.
I'm going to go ahead and take this, Tommy. It seems like you've cut out, but I'm going to tell you what. That was rich in tradition. More to come on Bassmaster Live. What was that? Oh my God.
Look at the size of that bass!
Live coverage of the Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite at Lake Chickamauga is sponsored by Toyota.
It's taken a hold on, wait a minute.
I love it.
We're going into the what's become an annual tradition, if you will, friends. To note the time of year, a celebration of spring, but more than that, a celebration of a noble sport. A sport played by gentlemen and ladies the world over. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure to welcome you.
That is the same jacket.
And that is this is the exact same jacket right here. Is that phenomenally stupid?
I no longer
I got it at Goodwill, too.
I no longer have the shillelagh, Tommy. I gave up on that a while back.
Yeah.
I was big into it in the early 2000s.
All right.
I just said no.
This annual Rite of Stupidity is about ready to wrap up here. But thank you so much. And listen to the wind whistle through the pines, and you think of Ronnie Moore covering all the action at Amen Corner.
The only thing more deadly than Tommy with a putter in his hand when he needs to make a one putt on a hole would be Tommy in Rapala Bassmaster Fantasy Fishing. And so that is what, it's an ode to Tommy on Masters Sunday because I had very limited time to come up with this. I have to give you love, Tommy, on
the last resort.
The last tournament you had and the season overall. Number one for all of the world last week at Santee Cooper, and number one in our hearts and in the Bassmaster Fantasy Fishing realm. The leader overall, I will say though, Tommy, you let the field catch up to you just a little bit this week, but overall, still a considerable lead. His team this week, John Cox, Gerald Swindle, Bill Lowe, and Steve Kennedy, Justin Atkins, you had two really let you down. But other than that, Tommy, flawless year so far.
Well,
flawless Masters pick as well.
Was his handle at the top of that? Is your handle named Chick Magnet?
No, it's not.
I'm sorry.
That's a crankbait.
Sorry.
T-San is his deal. But look at this, 99.5%, 163rd in the world all year long. Tommy Sanders, kudos to you, Masters Sunday Championship.
Thank you so much, Ronnie. Thank you,
That's
Ronnie. I appreciate that.
My hero.
Well, thank you for that. Your spirit of forgiveness marks you as an exceptional hero.
Hey,
so great.
I'm trying to make up for all the bad wrongdoing.
I hear you. Me too.
Oh boy, here we go.
Striker Daily Trivia. Time to cleanse the palate and move on with the business at hand. But to do that, we're going to use Striker Daily Trivia. How many AOY points did Clark Winlet lose to David Mullins in 2020? The Chickamauga Elite. How many AOY points did Clark lose? Remember, he had a
where did
tournament.
Mullins finish?
Did he lose 43, 53, 63, or 73 points? And what was right then a very close and
I think he lost a bunch.
He lost the lead, yeah.
I'm going to go C, 63.
I'm going 63 as well because Clark finished 81st. So I don't think Mullins made a top 10 though. I think he made a top 20.
It's for a rare unanimous decision. I say 63 as well.
Okay.
Here we go, 63, okay.
There we go.
All right, for once there's not a loser sitting here.
Hey,
no,
there's
you'd be
never
surprised.
been.
You'd be surprised.
Wow.
Yeah.
Z, why are you looking at me?
Listen, it's
Unreal.
unanimous with all.
Unreal.
You spoke how important his one fish was there, Clark Winlet's.
Because he would have had 0 points that event, but instead he got about 10.
One fish could be super important for this guy right here, Brock Mosley.
Man.
One in the 3 to 4 pound range would be
it.
I would
kind of pull in. Love Jason. Love Jason. He's part of the family, but man,
he's won a lot.
He's won a lot.
He's won a lot.
He'll win a lot more.
I will say also, Brock, big hunter, big outdoorsman, big dog lover. He's had a dog for a long, long time, and that dog this week was diagnosed with cancer.
Oh, no.
And so Brock has been dealing with that as well, and so that would mean a lot, and overall for the positive week to end this way. So think about the Mosley family.
Sure. Jason Williamson right here hooked up. Look out.
good. Felt like that was like Darth Vader.
It was. Yeah, the mask sort of enhances that a little bit. Back to Drew Benton.
Hey, we got us one. And look how he's hooked. That's how crazy and screwed up the day is. We catch them outside of the mouth.
Everyone on the board now, Tommy.
Yeah.
Everyone on the board and one limit among our top 10.
Wow.
I thought you were going to say
Two limits.
Two limits.
Oh,
two
limits.
Brock
Mosley.
Oh, okay, that's right. Yep. Sorry,
I thought you
had a
They're all within one bite of winning this thing. I thought you were manufacturing some drama.
When am I not?
Boy, this last 45 minutes alive is going to be the Brock Mosley, Matt Robertson, Jason Christie show.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Dice K needs to bring in 2 fish, totaling probably 7 pounds. Kuffal's on 2 fish. He needs about 11 pounds.
Boy, that one surprises me.
Yeah, that he hadn't.
Kuffasaurus was.
You said he had a minimum threshold. It was going to be 15 all day.
You would have thought what we've seen him do on the docks the first 3 days of this tournament, eyes closed, he's catching 13 pounds.
Yeah, automatically.
Eyes closed.
Yeah.
Well, it just got over 60 on its way to 70 degrees. Is the sun being up and going to
Should.
help move in the warmth?
Can't get worse.
No, it cannot. That was only like the 32nd fish caught. Benton's fish.
You can tell these fish are on the rebound from all the hostile weather that's come through the last, not just 3 days of this tournament, really the last 7 days on this body of water. A lot of times what you see is when that high pressure sets in, even if it does warm, those fish are in shock from what's happened.
And their place to go has been compromised too, the low
Yes,
water, and
absolutely.
that's played into the part of the problem here, of course.
It was interesting here in Bassmaster Studios presented by Marathon in Little Rock this morning. What was really different this morning compared to this warming trend, had it hit here, it was 55 degrees here in Little Rock this morning. Not the case. It did not hit Dayton and Lake Chickamauga yet.
Been right at 24 hours behind where we are.
Come off there, please. Come off there.
Last time we were here, we really had a 2, maybe 3 horse race at Chickamauga in the
Very
fall.
similar. Yep.
Still got that about an hour and a half left.
Oh, absolutely. Far from over, and you look at Brock Mosley there at pound 6 ounces back of Jason Christie. No means is it over. Matt Robertson may be in an equally favorable position. He's only 4 to a limit now, so the next fish he catches goes right to his bottom line. He's 3 pounds and 10 ounces back of Jason Christie, so it's pretty tight, getting pretty thick here as we get toward the end of the day. So stay with us. We'll be back at the Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite at Chickamauga Lake in just a couple of minutes.
The Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite at Lake Chickamauga is sponsored by Minn-Kota, Power Pole, Skeeter Boats, and by Rapala.
An hour more or less of fishing time left here. Championship Sunday at the Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite. Chickamauga Lake, always known to be a great storehouse of giant largemouth bass, but also it can be very difficult. And this is that time of the year. This is a sort of an improbable week where the weather has just turned things upside down, yet we have a contest. Absolutely what we want at the end of the day. Jason Christie on top. Really dashed out to the lead early on with the limit, but Brock Mosley, Matt Robertson, they have chipped away and made this thing a tight one. Dave Mercer joins us right now, getting pretty thick. The plot thickens here. What do you make of it? Where are we going?
I gotta believe we're gonna see. I mean, like Davey Height said in our last segment, I said we'll see somebody get a 7 or 8 or something, and he agreed. But he said I don't know if we'll see him get it, but I think we'll see them have the opportunity at it. I mean, this body of water has just too many giant fish, and I know this has been the toughest day of the week so far, but this is honestly, this last hour has become the most favorable conditions that we have seen all day long. Just a little bit more wind, and as I'm talking here, it's slowly picking up even more. So I feel like we're going to see some opportunities. I mean, there's no way. I mean, it's the Bassmaster Elite Series. There's no way this is going to go sleepy into the night. We learned that stop after stop. Or maybe Jason Christie is going to show that he is the dominant creature that he is and crush everybody's hopes and dreams.
Dave, this is one of those really weird tournaments. We were talking about this at commercial break. There is no joke that every single look, when we were on Santee Cooper Lakes, Kufasaurus Rex and guys like Drew Cook knew they had a shot. They knew they had a shot, and you have that generally in every single Bassmaster Elite Series Championship Sunday. This is one of those rare ones where I guarantee you every single angler right now thinks they're totally out of it.
100%. First of all, did you say Kufasaurus Rex? And if you did, that is definitely going to be a thing. And number two, that is all. They're going to all idle in here and literally feel like I didn't do enough. And this is one of those. This is the kind of tournament that screws you up, really. I mean, people, you know, they know what they need to get, and then they come idling in, and they're like, well, what? You didn't get him, and you didn't get him, and you didn't. Maybe it's my time. Maybe I'm going to win. But again, I think that somebody is going to make a bit of a charge. But you're right. Everybody's going to come in here thinking that they didn't do enough because on paper, you didn't do enough. I mean, where we're at for weight totals are a lot lower than most of people expected. And this is, you know, a day where there hasn't been, like, there isn't even that much pressure on the lake is from locals from what I'm seeing. Like the boat ramps around town and stuff like that. I mean, this weather has pushed everyone off the water, and you would think by this point, I mean, there's no pressure on the water. The sun's out, wind's blowing right now. Somebody's going to catch them. But it has been probably the sleepiest championship Sunday we've had in a long time. But I don't think it's going to end sleepily. But they are all going, it's going to be a fun weigh-in because you guys haven't spoiled it. You guys haven't ruined it like you always try to do on me. It's going to be nice that way because nobody's going to think they win, and one of them evidently will win. And I'll be happy, they'll be happy, and we'll all be happy.
Well, we haven't spoiled it for lack of trying. We always, we never sleep when it talks about that. When we talk about that. But for Jason Christie to win the Classic, totally bomb out at the next, and then win the next tournament, how improbable is that? What does that say about him?
Weird.
Yeah.
It's weird and improbable, but I honestly think what we saw at Santee Cooper Lakes, and Christie won't allow you to make this excuse about him, but just some of the things that happened there, that was exhaustion. It really was. I mean, I've talked to Jake, his camera person, and Christie kind of admits it, but he'll never admit it publicly because he's too good of a competitor for that. But even some of the stuff that he did in that event, he never adjusted at all, kept that frog in his hand the whole time. And I just think what you saw there was exhaustion. I mean, that was one of the quickest turnarounds that we've ever had after a Bassmaster Classic. And I think you saw exhaustion there. And Christie told me, he said, now for the rest of the season, every single event is a Tuesday night jackpot tournament. I'm going to do nothing but try win. But I'll remind Jason Christie, with a, even with a third place finish, I think he's in 40th for Angler of the Year right now. So I would imagine after this, Jason Christie might start less jackpotting and more like focusing on that Angler of the Year title, because he is not out of the mix there. But a Christie that, and here's the other thing, guys. Look at what he's been through. And we were talking about this morning before takeoff. Everything that happened to him leading up to that classic victory, all of the mental stress and tests, and everything we saw when he won that event, that was a 1,000-pound weight that was lifted off his shoulders. But what that also does is, you think this dude's getting nervous on Championship Sunday here this week? I think Jason Christie just got a lot more scary as a competitor, just because Davey pointed out, you had a lot of guys at takeoff talking about, hey, we're going to get points and I can't slip. Christie did not talk about points once and not slipping. He talked about, I'm going to win this tournament today. So I think what happened in between those tournaments, I'm going to point it to exhaustion and just what it's like to deal with that. But Jason Christie is, I think we're seeing the best Jason Christie ever. And we've seen many lethal Jason Christies. I mean, from his first Elite Series win to everything he did before he joined the Elite Series. But I think that today's Jason Christie is the best Jason Christie that we've seen in history, not just because of his ability as an angler, but he has removed all of that pressure that he felt going into literally every single event. It wasn't that classic pressure wasn't just at the classic. It was all year long, because he had to make the classic, and he still feels that pressure, obviously, to perform well. I mean, he's qualified for the classic, but I think today's Jason Christie is a better Jason Christie than we've ever seen in Elite Series competition, which, if you ask me, I always call him one of the most feared names in professional fishing, and I think if I were an Elite Series angler, I'd fear him just a little bit more now.
Absolutely. I think everybody agrees with you on that. Good stuff, as always, from Dave Mercer. The Jason Christie scenario, one of about three we can think of right now, so we'll see.
Want to throw you a little Jason Christie story. This is obviously what we're seeing him do here, and for the most part, what we've got to see Jason Christie do at Hartwell is what he's known for. Growing up on Grand, that's actually where I met him. Crossed him fishing some boat docks one day. But I want to tell you something. We live in the world. Uh-oh.
Hooked up.
That's going to help.
Yeah. 12 pound, yeah.
Has a 112 in his live well.
We're going to see the trade-off.
Yeah.
Not even watching.
Someone's in trouble.
He's going to pick up I think, about a half a pound right there.
2.5.
3/4 of a pound.
Pretty significant.
When we come back, I want to tell you a story. Learned about him on St. Clair when he won, and I believe it was 2017. But not a big call, but a very, 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 for today, that's a big call.
That is a big call for today. Today's got a different standard that we're working by, and Jason Christie adding to his probability of becoming a winner again this year of 2022 on the Bassmaster Elite Series and in the Classic. Brock Mosley in pursuit. Matt Robertson as well. We will get back to the action shortly.
Whoa! Look at the size of that bass!
Live coverage of the Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite at Lake Chickamauga is sponsored by Toyota.
Pressing on with our live coverage, getting closer and closer to that 3 p.m. Eastern Time weigh-in.
Getting down to it.
Crown the fourth winner of the year on the Bassmaster Elite Series. As you mentioned earlier, Mark Zona, whoever wins this will have earned it. That is the understatement of the season so far, I think. Striker Daily Trivia. Let's ask and answer real quick here. Got to get one more in. Love it. Tennessee largemouth record holder Gabe Keene coaches bass fishing at which school? Gabe Keene at Campbell County High School.
I know this one.
Ronnie
Dayton
popped up
High
like
School. A boy, yeah, he went on full alert here.
He was like a rabid ferret.
Why in college or does he teach at Campbellsville University. Coaches, rather, I should say, Bass.
I like
at
D.
that-
I like Campbellsville University for no reason.
It's A. You were close with the name, but it's A.
Oh, that is the answer?
That is the answer.
Campbell County.
Met him at a Brandon Card High School and Middle School fishing tournament on Norris Lake. Old Gabe King.
His father, Mike, coaches at Bryan College.
Yeah.
He doesn't. You're so
Wow.
absolutely.
What was it? 15 pounds? What was
15-3 in 2015
15-3?
from Chick, state record.
Yeah.
Not true.
Now, what's the university at Campbell?
Campbellsville University.
Campbellsville, which
It's in
we had
Kentucky.
a finalist.
We had
Nick Ratliff.
Nick Ratliff.
Nick Ratliff. Yeah,
That's up there at Green River Lake, up in
Kentucky.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
They're idling our life away right now.
Oh, yeah. Come
It's,
on now. You need to
it's
be.
a long no wake.
Oh, boy.
So, hey, listen, I want to tell that story about Jason
Yes,
Christie.
yes.
So he won that tournament, not the Open, but he won that tournament on St. Clair, and I was sitting there after day one. I was with the knuckleheads, Hunter and Jacob, and they were listening to Jason Christie back when they were fishing a lot of tournaments, and this is no joke. Now that we live in the world of front-facing sonar and live scope and Mega Live and that contact and Mars, Jason Christie said to me that day after day one, he said, dude, I need to talk to you about this front-facing sonar. And at the time, it was not live scope, it was
Panoptics, Gen 1.
And I'm listening to him, and you kind of look, man, he's sponsored by Garmin, and then you roll your eyes. And he looked at me, he goes, listen to me. This is going to change bass fishing moving forward for fish offshore. And I kind of walked away from there. And every day after that tournament, every day at the weigh-in, he came up, he's like, dude, I watched every one of them bite it. Which, you do okay, you're buying into this.
Yeah.
And then it went away for a while, obviously, until it got into actual live technology. But he was absolutely, positively the first angler I had ever covered to bring it up, number one, that it was the real deal, but number two, it would change fishing.
That it would be a deal for a while.
Absolutely.
Wow.
Absolutely. I'll never forget that. And he made the comment in that tournament, that was a tournament, he was out there in the middle grounds on the Canadian side.
Yeah.
And
bobbing.
Which is a notorious area that time of year. And he's like, dude, I can see hooked up Jason Christie. Won't help.
I sure thought he was bigger than that when he came up.
But he told me in that event he could see dozens and dozens of smallmouth on it and would not throw like we see now, whether you like it or you don't. He would not throw until he could, he could look at his graph and see those bass.
It's a tool, but there are still tournaments that you can.
Well, we're in one.
Yeah, we're in one.
We're in
Santee was one.
And these were two tournaments. I'm not going to lie. It's fun going back and not,
Yeah.
think we're going to see a lot more of it the rest of the year, but.
Well, I think every tournament you'll have 3 or 4 guys in the top 10 that haven't relied on it. Maybe they catch a fish, maybe they see a structure, but they're not glued to it. But yes, refreshing to see 9 out of 10.
Probably won't be a big player at the Mississippi River.
No.
Nope. Shouldn't be that time of year.
$50 minutes, subtract travel time, that's what's left for these guys.
Absolutely, and those 3 on the screen, not Jason Williamson. Boy, Jason Williamson has been quiet.
He is. He's not always just a chatterbox, but he is.
Even when he's catching them, he's been quiet. Not shots across the bow or not,
Nothing. Those
Stoic.
3, Christie, Mosley, Robertson. They can catch him.
Was it last time at Winyah Bay we had Jason on the top 10 or the time before?
I
think it was last
It's been a while.
Yeah.
Last time we went there was 19, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, then it was, yeah.
We actually had him on as well at Gunnersville Classic 2020.
Mm-hmm.
Seabold Creek.
That's right. That's right.
Bay, Seabold Bay.
Champlain, he got a top 5.
Oh, that's right.
2020.
But we had 8 cameras or 9 cameras on the final day, and he was like 10th coming into the final day, I believe. That was an odd year, 2020 was.
Boy, that first bite, if we were to stay right where we're at right now, that first bite for Jason Christie, it's going to be a big deal. Big deal.
Twice as big as anything he's caught.
I called for it. I called for it. I don't know where we're headed, but I know where that music is taking me. It's taking me to the last one of this tournament before this thing heads northbound. Jason Christie going into a wall of fog to his primary area, pulling the plug and hooking a left and fishing a spot he has not fished in 4 or 5 years. I have done run out of gas. Such, do me a favor, take the wheel with some punch.
Jason Christie, our classic champion from a month ago.
Serve it up. You know, keep going. Serve it.
I shall. Goes to Santee Cooper and did not finish where he wanted. It was second to last.
Serve the curve.
Kind of sucked. Coming back to Lake Chickamauga. He starts 26 with a mediocre 16-pound bag, backs it up with 2 20-pound bags, comes into Championship Sunday. Maybe not thinking he's got it, but he may have his 8th title in the Bassmasters.
Excellent. Thank you, Such.
Power pole replay of the day. Such, 2 days in a row, finishing it off with a period. Exclamation.
Finishing strong. Jason Christie looking to do that. Appears that he is finishing strong here.
Still a little bit of time left. Still some possibilities for the likes of Brock Mosley and Matt Robertson in particular. And we've got to show you as much as we have time and the time we have left. We'll be right back.
The Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite at Lake Chickamauga is sponsored by Ranger Boats, Yamaha, Toyota, Berkeley, and by Progressive.
Some of our anglers already on the move, especially if they have one more little stop to make before they get back to Dayton. 3 o'clock, the weigh-in starts. That's when they have to be checked in at headquarters here on Lake Chickamauga. Jason Christie looking, well, he's got one hand on the trophy right now. To change that, Brock Mosley's going to have to catch a good one, a real good one for Matt Robertson. That's a couple of the scenarios we can think of.
He will always have unfinished business. Jason Christie with a big day, not really as big as he has had throughout this tournament. At 16 pounds, as the Suchi McSuchenstein said on day number 1. And I think he's pretty close to that today. I'd say he's probably sniffing around 15 pounds. But as we have seen every day here on Lake Chickamauga, there has been fireworks. Maybe I am, I don't know. Maybe I'm just kind of manufacturing drama at this point. But Jason Christie's thinking about,
what?
I don't know, getting his own cereal.
Oh,
there it is.
Oh,
there it is.
How about that?
Crispy critters.
Free inside.
Having a time in that production truck. Oh,
I think that's
on. He will always have a Sorry.
Okay.
There we go now.
That's the new Wheaties box.
It is exactly what it is. Going to get back down, slink on down the lake right out of Saudi Daisy, Tennessee, Clifford Purge.
Clifford was the biggest one we've seen on camera
Absolutely,
today.
by far.
Yeah, by a long shot. Having a great season, too, so we're all happy about that.
Doesn't matter.
Nah. Not really.
I love that. He was talking to me, and he thought he was talking to you.
Yeah, this one will help us a little bit, I think. He was just kind of steady there until I reached for him. Come here. Got him. There we go. Good. Inside the mouth. Well, we got us one. Yeah, who knows? Maybe we beat somebody with that one. Let's make sure it's a fat one. Let's make sure. Yeah. Well, it's a thick one. It ain't big, but maybe we gained a point.
Slink on back up the Hiawassee right now. A little bit of a slow day. Jacob Fouts, unbelievable stringer on day 3, anchored by a dadgum Tennessee stud. Bassmaster Live.
He's a rookie, but he's got the veteran's tendency on Bass Track. He put that 712 in, I think, is like a 4-pounder.
Well, that's the deepest bass we have seen caught the entire tournament.
Yeah, look at that.
Wow. Jacob, good tournament for Jacob. Needed it.
Yep.
In a big way.
It's always good to show up on your home body of water.
Absolutely.
Like, you know, there's nothing more disappointing than not.
Very, very enjoyable to talk to on the phone yesterday after the day 3 weigh-in. Good dude, very solid. And
number 4 for Jacob.
And there's the story. These next 30 minutes for Brock Mosley, fairly critical. Still one bite in some way, shape, or form can put a big one in the boat. Oh.
He just broke off. He just broke off.
I hope that dude wasn't very big. Got me on that fence post.
Jason Christie again, your world champion within the past 4 weeks. Also a bottom finisher at a tournament over the past 4 weeks, and today he's getting closer and closer to becoming a winner again in all that short, compressed period of time.
It's been a long time since he's been a winner, so it's good to see Jason Christie finally.
Yeah, exactly.
Taking
Taking a few weeks off.
Drought.
And I was actually thinking about this after the Classic at Hartwell. It's been a long road back, as much as we goofed around this morning on FS1. It's been a long, hard road back for Jason Christie, and eerily similar with that Bassmaster Classic situation, eerily similar to what Hank Cherry went through, coming actually incredibly close on that same body of water and sealing the deal. And the one thing that's really scary, taking a look at your marathon peak performance, starting off with a big one, and probably just a hair bigger than 4 pounds this morning, and it's not been all day long. It was a lucky, I'm not gonna say lucky, man, because that guy fishes off the seat of his pants, but hitting a fog bank early, taking a left, fishing an area that he had not fished in this tournament, and really getting the job done. Marathon peak performance, at least so far, for Jason Christie.
I'm sure he knew it was going to be tough today, but he pulls in there and does what he did, and we're all kind of open-mouthed for a while. We were just a little dumbfounded.
No, and we talked about it coming into this tournament. Consistency was going to be very, very hard, obviously. I know there's a lot of anglers that fish this tournament that are watching this right now. So hard to stay consistent. It's so hard to speak at the end of one of these things. But whoever holds that trophy in about a couple hours with Dave Mercer, job well done, man. Hats off. You have definitely earned in this one, because this was hate this word, this was a grinder on Lake Chickamauga.
Absolutely. No other way to put it. 3 p.m. Eastern time. That's when the weigh-in will happen right here on Bassmaster.com. Dave Mercer, we'll have him. Yes, go ahead.
I was going to say, and with our new redesigned website, if you want to find the weigh-in link, click the leaderboard tab, and it'll be above the standings.
Tom, yeah, congratulations to all our top 10 today. Watch the weigh-in. We enjoy it, and we will see you next time at Lake 4.